Test, test.
You don't want it? Give it to him.
Natakia mahanga yose, natakia mahanga yose, ariko sinatabawe, niyo mpamvu ushaka ubutabera n'amatabaza. Kuko ntazi iyo bwa ico bazize bazize uko basa nibaza ico bazize bazize uko basa bagiye tukibakene tubibuke nibaza ico bazize bazize uko basa bagiye tukibakene tubibuke Imana ibakire mu butura bwabo bagiye tukibakene tubibuke Imana ibakire mu butura bwayo bagiye tukibakene tubibuke nibaza ico bazize bazize uko basa bagiye tukibakene tubibuke imwe zirakarengane zo mu Gatumba imwe zirakarengane zo mu Gatumba twibaza ubwico imwe zirakarengane zo mu Gatumba twibaza ubwico mwazize bikatuyobera nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi yeme zirakarengane zo mu Gatumba twibaza ubwico mwazize bikatuyobera nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi itwari twanze ko tubana karamata FNL mayimayi ntibabikuze nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi abo bicanyi b'ingingingu ubutegetsi iryo nishano ritagira aho ryabonetse nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi abo bicanyi b'ingingingu ubutegetsi iryo nishano ritagira aho ryabonetse zatakaye ku misozi data wo mwijuru azadufasha kuzirera nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi imfuvyi ni nyinshi zatakaye ku misozi data wo mwijuru azadufasha kuzirera nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi Urundi ashiseri ndetse na oni bose ntacyo bavuga kuri ayo mano babonye nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi Urundi ashiseri ndetse na oni bose ntacyo bavuga kuri ayo mano babonye nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi amahanga yose naho nimwabonye ayo mahano dusabiye gato gwasakujanwirahe nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi amahanga yose naho nimwabonye ayo mahano dusabiye herodiya kujanwirahe nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi amahanga yose naho nimwabonye ayo mahano dusabiye mbuza amabe kujanwirahe nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi amahanga yose naho nimwabonye ayo mahano dusabiye kabira kujanwirahe nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi amahanga yose naho nimwabonye ayo mahano dusabiye mbuza amabe kujanwirahe nimwigendera amahoro ayi amahoro ayi timukagande basore mwe timukagande timukagande basore mwe timukagande basore mwe urugamba turimo rurumbuguje urugamba turimo rurumbuguje timukagande basore mwe timukagande icyenda n'umunani cyasagamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco twibuka intwari kakayira muganga mushishi na gisaro abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko ibuka intwari kakayira muganwa mushishi na gisaro abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko ubumwe bw'abasogoburuza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ubumwe bw'abasogoburuza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ibuka icyenda na gatandatu uvira kamanyora bibogobogo ubw'abavyeyi abana bishwe urubozo ubw'abavyeyi abana bishwe urubozo ibuka icyenda na gatandatu uvira kamanyora bibogobogo ubw'abavyeyi abana bishwe urubozo ubw'abavyeyi abana bishwe urubozo ibuka icyenda n'umunani cyasakamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco ibuka icyenda n'umunani cyasakamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco ibuka intwari nk'akayira muganwa mushishi na gisaro abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko ibuka intwari kakayira muganwa mushishi na gisaro abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko abo bapfuye baharanira ubwoko ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge gushaka ubutabera n'amatabaza nk'uko nazi iyo bwaroye natakiye amahanga yose ariko sinatabawe niyo bicishwa inkota kuko yategetswe ayiwe koroneri rukoro yabyumvise nk'ejo niko gufata abana ndetse n'ababyeyi bose bicishwa inkota kuko yategetswe ayiwe nimbaho nitatwumva mbese imana ntitwumva aho Gatumba mwumva twari muri oni mbese dutakire ndeko bose batatwumva ayiwe nimbaho nitatwumva mbese imana ntitwumva aho Gatumba mwumva twari muri oni mbese dutakire ndeko bose batatwumva ayiwe nimbaho nitatwumva mbese imana ntitwumva aho Gatumba mwumva twari muri oni mbese dutakire ndeko bose batatwumva ayiwe timukagande basore mwe timukagande timukagande basore mwe timukagande basore mwe urugamba turimo rurumbuguje urugamba turimo rurumbuguje timukagande basore mwe timukagande basore mwe urugamba turimo rurumbuguje urugamba turimo rurumbuguje timukagande basore mwe timukagande basore mwe urugamba turimo rurumbuguje urugamba turimo rurumbuguje timukagande basore mwe timukagande basore mwe urugamba turimo rurumbuguje urugamba turimo rurumbuguje mwibuka 9/6 uvira Kamanyora bibogobogo ubwabavyeyi abana bishurubozo ubwabavyeyi abana bishurubozo mwibuka 9/6 uvira kamanyora bibogobogo ubw'abavyeyi abana b'ishurubozo ubw'abavyeyi abana b'ishurubozo mwibuka 96 uvira kamanyora bibogobogo ubw'abavyeyi abana b'ishurubozo ubw'abavyeyi abana b'ishurubozo mwibuka 98 Kinshasa Kamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco mwibuka 98 Kinshasa Kamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco mwibuka 98 Kinshasa Kamina Kongo yose gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco gutsemba ubwoko bwacu byabaye umuco ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge ubumwe bw'abasokuruza niwe murage twasigiwe nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge nibwo buzaduhesha kuba imurenge timba n'agahinda byuzuye imitima timba n'agahinda byuzuye imitima twibutse intore zishwe zitemwa zitwikwa mbese ubwoko bwo butagira kirengera iwe intimba n'agahinda byuzuye umutima twibutswe intore zishwe zitemwa zitwikwa mbese ubu bwoko bwo butagira kirengera iwe Icyenda n'umunani cyari kiborogo k'umunyamurenge cyari icaha cica abatishwe n'ikota bishwe n'agahinda ayiwe Icyenda n'umunani cyari kiborogo kuba umunyamurenge cyari icyaha cyica. Abatishwe n'inkota bishwe n'agahinda ayiwe. Herodiyati mufata imipanga, n'igikoresho cyose cyashobora kwica. Iyo ni mikorobe muhimare Kongo ayiwe. Icyenda n'umunani cyari kiborogo, kuba umunyamurenge cyari icyaha cyica. Abatishwe n'inkota bishwe n'agahinda ayiwe. Herodiyati mufata imipanga, n'igikoresho cyose cyashobora kwica. Iyo ni mikorobe muhimare Kongo ayiwe. Herodiyati mufata imipanga, n'igikoresho cyose cyashobora kwica. Iyo ni mikorobe muhimare Kongo ayiwe. Koroneri Rukore yabyumvise nk'ejo, niko gufata abana ndetse n'ababyeyi, bose bicishwa inkota kuko yategetswe ayiwe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Douglas Gasore Kabunda. I am a resident of Arizona, Phoenix, and I will be your MC today. Allow me to start with safety announcement. In case of any fire alarms, everybody is required to exit the doors using the exit signs that you can see behind you and on your left-hand side. The reassembly area will be right at the back in the car park area. For any bio breaks, we have bathrooms located right behind these doors. You'll have some on your left and some on your right. Turasaba abantu gutwihanganira none gahunda turagerageza kuyivuga mu cyongereza kugira ngo abashitsi bacu bayumve neza, ariko tuzaza tugenda ducishamwo summary y'ibyo duha tuvuga mu mvugo yacu abandi bumva. Before we start the ceremony, please allow me to invite Pastor Mushishi to start the program with a prayer. Pastor, you're welcome.
Kubw'icyubahiro cy'Imana muhaguruka tugasenga twese hamwe. Mana data, mu izina rya Yesu Kristo umwami wacu, turaguhimbaza tugushimira ubuntu n'urukundo rwawe bitagira akagero, wadukunze tutabikwiriye, ariko tugira abana bawe ku bwa Kristo Yesu umwami. Turaha uyu munsi niwe wawe uturemeye, turifuza yuko uza ukabana natwe. Ngwino uyobore gahunda zose mwami. Turakwifuza kuko turi abantu buntu, turi limite muri byinshi, ariko uragutse muri twebwe. Ngwino ubane natwe, ni wowe uza womora imitima ikomeretse, abababaye ukabahorahoza. Ngwino ubane natwe muri gahunda yose uyu munsi, iguheshe icyubahiro mwami. Tugushimiye kuko utanga ibyiringiro, utanga umunezero, utanga ihumure ku muntu wese wageze aha. Twese twarababaye, twese twarafushije, ariko uri Imana irema imitima, ukayiremesha, ukayiha ibyiringiro. Reka icyubahiro cyose garuka ikibi cyawe, none n'ibihe bidashira ku bwa Yesu Kristo umwami wacu. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. On this solemn morning, before we start the program, I would like to invite two songwriters, Bonke and his team, for our first introductory song.
Kuzababona uri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'Umuremyi. Nari nkora kubibagirwa ibikabeho twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi bari inkoramutima z'intwari kubibagirwa ibikabeho twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi ntituzibagirwa ijoro ry'umwijima 13 z'ukwa munani mu Gatumba
ubw'imitima yacu yongera kurobeshwa n'amarira ubw'abacu bicwaga urubozo batumunyamurenge n'akambe amahanga aratuza umuremyi ati ubwo ni ubwoko bwaje bufite umugambi twebwe abantu basigaye ntituzabibagirwa
bari inkoramutima z'intwari kubibagirwa ntibikabeho twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi twizeye kuzababona muri wa murwa twasezeranijwe twasezeranijwe n'umuremyi
On behalf of Gatumba refugee survivors, Mahoro Peace Association, the Banyamulenge Global Network, and Banyamulenge Near and Afar, I welcome you in today's commemoration ceremony. 20 years ago, On that fateful night of August 12, 2004, 166 vulnerable victims were mercilessly and systematically slaughtered while under the protection of the United Nations. Children, mothers, fathers, brothers were murdered at night in cold blood while sleeping in their tent in Gatumba refugee camp, which was situated few miles away from the official Burundi military barracks. It was a premeditated act, an act motivated by blind, implacable ethnic hatred. Hatred of Banyamulenge community. Even now, words cannot convey the staggering scale of this genocide. Today, not a single person have ever been arrested, prosecuted, or made accountable for those heinous acts of genocide. Survivors of Gatumba massacre have made sanctuaries in many countries around the world, including here in these United States of America. But with them, they carry wounds and horrible experiences. But most importantly, they yearn for justice. In his letter from Birmingham jail, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. used the phrase in the form of, "Justice too long delayed, it is justice denied." Ladies and gentlemen, justice for the Banyamulenge victim of various atrocities have been delayed for far too long. With your help, we aim to ensure it is never denied. The genocide ideology targeting ethnic minorities, Banyamulenge and Tutsi population in Democratic Republic of Congo is still thriving and developing. It is developing strongly, as highlighted in various United Nations group of expert reports. Today, we come together to remember and pay our respect to all the Banyamulenge victims perished in Gatumba and other parts of our country, the DRC. Our thoughts are with the fathers, sons, brothers, nephews, and friends who are no longer with us. And now, to introduce the program and to welcome our distinguished guests, friends and family, allow me to welcome the president of Gatumba Refugee Survival Foundation, Esperance Nyasezerano, to the stage. Thank you.
Bravo. Umuzeyi, umutumirwa wacu mukuru, His Excellency Azarias Obegwa, our honorable guest, Orlando Mora Lopez, Maître Innocent, Dr. Gregory Stanton, House Rep Anthony Kern, and Pastor Ripin, Empire Board and Executive Team Committee, represented by VP Jadon Daruhuye. Abanyamurenge mwese muri state zitandukanye n'umuryango wacu wa Empire hano muri Arizona uyobowe na Perezida Sakoshi Nkurikiye. Turabakiriye muri uyu muhango ngarukamwaka wo kwibuka abacu ku nshuro ya 20 ufite insanganyamatsiko twise ngo imyaka 20 y'akarengane no kudahabwa ubutabera. Mu izina ry'abacikacumu bibumbiye mu muryango GRSF ndetse n'abandi bacikacumu bazize uko baremwe, dutewe iteka no kubana namwe kuri uno munsi. Dushimiye abantu bose bari muri kino cyicaro mwaje guhumuriza imitima ibabaye. Turizera ko turi bubane mu bitekerezo muri gahunda zose zikorwa kugira ngo dukomeze duhereze abacu agaciro. Nta jambo umuntu yavuga kuri uno munsi atari ukuvuga ngo Banyamurenge mukomere, mukomere, mushikame. Inzira yo kubona ubutabera iracyari ndende cyane, ariko icyo twizeye ni uko Imana y'Abanyamurenge yarokoye bamwe muri twebwe Bibogobogo, Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, Uvira, mu Gatumba, Minembwe, izatugeza ku cyo twifuza, arico amahoro arambye no kutongera kubona umunyamurenge atotezwa yicwa kubera ukwasa. Turabashimiye kandi twongeye kubiyegereza muri kino cyicaro. Murakoze.
Many of you may be wondering, what is the meaning of this 20th commemoration today? And various terms have been used in this introductory remark. However, we want to hear from the experts, people who have the knowledge and skills to define terms. In the next segment, we are going to hear a statement by the founding president of Genocide Watch, Dr. Gregory Stanton. He will give us the meaning of what we are here to celebrate today. And he will provide some concept about calling the recognition of Gatumba massacre as an act of genocide. Dr. Gregory Stanton.
It's not a happy event, but nevertheless, one of the things I've discovered about people from Rwanda and Congo and Burundi is how totally irrepressible your spirits are. You're good examples of the power of resurrection. You're proof of resurrection because in spite of the many genocides that have been committed against you, you always come back to life, and your culture cannot be killed. And that is what is wonderful, I think, about the Tutsi culture, about the Banyamalenga culture, about the cultures of the people of Central Africa, and in particular in Rwanda, Burundi, and the South Kivu area. Because the Banyamalenga in particularly and the Tutsi in Rwanda, and of course in Burundi, have been among the most persecuted people in recent history. And it's all because, frankly, the myth that was put forward by Speke, who was a European explorer, has been exploited by people who have turned it into an anti-Tutsi agenda. Speke believed somehow that the Tutsis were descendants of a lost tribe of Israel, the tribe of Ham. It's, of course, complete mythology. In fact, the Tutsis have lived in Rwanda and Burundi and Congo for centuries. In fact, for probably more than that. They didn't come down from Israel or from Ethiopia or from anywhere else. They're from Africa. And but what's happened is that the Hutus and other groups, the Mai Mai, the Lendu, others, have tried to turn this myth that was made up by a colonialist who didn't know what he was talking about into an anti-Tutsi ideology. And they make that worse by claiming that the Tutsis were people who somehow invaded the heartland of Africa. They say they came down from Ethiopia, which is nonsense. Tutsis, of course, are a very proud group of people. You have a great history. In fact, until the Belgians overthrew you and the Germans overthrew, you held the monarchies in Rwanda and Burundi. That, of course, then was ended when colonialism ended. And instead, the Hutus took control in Rwanda and committed a genocide that killed 800,000 Tutsis and moderate Hutus, but mostly Tutsis. It's a tragedy that this colonial myth was allowed to become the ideology of the anti-Tutsi genocidists in Rwanda, Burundi, and now in the Congo, because it's continuing. The Banyamalenga continue to be targeted because they are Tutsis. And it is a totally false ideology. The truth is that Tutsis and Hutus and other groups have lived next to each other for centuries. And there wasn't genocide before, but since the colonial era, there have been numerous genocides in Rwanda, Burundi, and in the Congo. And it continues. The Mai Mai and the Lendu continue to attack the Hema, the Banyamalenga, and other Tutsi groups. We're here, however, today to commemorate a terrible massacre that occurred in 2004, the Gatumba massacre. It occurred, as you know, in a refugee camp, IDP camp, actually, right on the border between Burundi and Congo, in which many Banyamalenga had fled because they were being attacked in their homeland in the in the higher parts of South Kivu. And they're still being attacked. That's why there are so many Banyamalenga who are still in camps in Rwanda and in other areas along that border. The people who attacked them in 2004 were the Interahamwe. They're basically the Hutu genocidists from Rwanda. And in other words, this was a continuation of the Rwandan genocide. People should realize that. They shouldn't try to, hide that fact. These are genocidists who continued to be genocidists and then attacked fully 10 years after the Rwandan genocide. And they attacked the refugee camp at Gatumba, killed at least 152 people, probably more. Did it in a very systematic way in which they moved into the refugee camp, opened up the tents and just slaughtered everybody there that they could fire at with their guns. They also killed people with machetes and other instruments of genocide. What was really shocking about that particular massacre was that the leaders of the Rwandan forces, Habimana and Rwasa, even admitted that they carried out this massacre, and in fact were indicted for their crime. And at that time, Burundi became part of the International Criminal Court, and the International Criminal Court investigated, concluded, in fact, that this particular rebel group, the FNL, was in fact responsible for this, and that these two men should be indicted for their crime. So what we know who did it, and yet, because they escaped, they've never really been brought to justice, and nor has this rebel group, this rump group of the Rwandan genocidists, ever been brought to justice. And in fact, they continue to plague the eastern DRC and areas where they can carry out massacres. And they have also carried out a terrible series of mass rapes. The eastern DRC is the highest rape spot on earth. And the famous Dr. Mukwege, the Nobel Prize winning physician who takes care of the women who've been raped and who have been injured, has recently spoken out and said that the world is ignoring, is neglecting the people of the DRC. And he thinks it's a real form of complicity in these massacres. Now, what's worse is the UN peacekeeping force, MINURSA, is about to pull out of the eastern DRC at the request of President Tshisekedi of the DRC. Now, he's doing that because he's under political pressure from the DRC, but the political pressure is coming from the very same groups who've been attacking the Banyamulenge and other Tutsi groups in the eastern DRC, including the Hema, for instance. You are here gathered together to commemorate that massacre in 2004. But let's make this more than a commemoration. Let's make it an effort to achieve justice for the people of who suffered the Gatumba massacre and have survived it, and justice that would in fact finally convict the people who perpetrated this massacre, because they're still free. They still haven't been punished. I'm a believer in that. I'm in punishment. I believe that the way you clear up doubt about crimes of this sort is you hold trials, because there the people who perpetrated the crimes can try to answer, if they can, say that they know they didn't do it, or some other explanation is possible. In other words, you test the evidence. That's why trials are so helpful. That's why I helped to create the ICTR, the Rwandan Tribunal, because I knew that if we created that tribunal, the people who committed that genocide in Rwanda would never again be able to say they didn't do it. We would, in fact, we did convict 62 people of genocide in the ICTR. And the evidence now is laid out for all the world to see. What's shocking, of course, is that the genocidists are still denying that they committed genocide. There's a very large group of deniers, largely located in Belgium and Canada, some of the other places that these genocidists have escaped to. It's very similar in some ways to the deniers of the Holocaust, who, of course, escaped to Brazil and Argentina and other places and continued to deny the Holocaust. Well, that's what's happening here also with the denial of the Rwandan genocide. As long as there's denial, there's always a very high chance of future genocide. We've studied this. The people who study genocide, as I have for the past 40 years, have proven statistically that there is 3 times as likely that there will be another genocide against the same people if there is denial and no punishment. In other words, if there's impunity. That's what's happening here. That's what's happening in Rwanda, but not as much because we did have the ICTR. And because the regime that overthrew the genocidists in Rwanda under Paul Kagame remains in control of that country. But it was not true in Burundi, where a group of Hutu took over the government, tried to deny that the genocide that they had committed had been true, when in fact it had been a genocide. And in fact, what we have in Burundi is a continuation of that Hutu-led government. I hope that in both these countries, in Burundi, in Rwanda, and for that matter in the DRC, that there can be a recognition that we are not divided by ethnic groups. We are not parts of different races. We don't come from the same, we don't come from different parts of the world even. We are all human. That is our first identity. There's only one race, the human race. And that is something that racists always forget. As you know, this country, the USA, was founded on racism. It was founded on white supremacy. We had this doctrine of manifest destiny that said that white Europeans had a right to occupy the whole of North America and to drive Native Americans into reservations or commit genocide against them. We also had slavery, of course, in which Africans were brought to the United States, helped build the United States, and yet we're not even allowed to vote. And then are even given full citizenship until the post-Civil War amendments, and weren't even allowed to vote until the 1960s with the passage of the Civil Rights Acts. I know that one personally because I was a voting rights worker in Mississippi in 1966, and we got followed around by the Ku Klux Klan. One night they shot up our house, in fact. When people ask me where is the most dangerous place you've ever lived, I have no doubt about it. It was Mississippi, 1966. It's the only place I've ever been shot at. And, you know, I've been to Iraq. I've been to within a mile of where ISIS was. I've been to Rwanda right after the genocide. I've walked through the churches where they're still filled with bodies. I have been to Cambodia and seen the mass graves. But none of those places were as dangerous as Mississippi was in 1966. So what we have to do is affirm that we are all part of the same human race and that we will not accept that kind of racism, because that kind of racism results in genocide. So we must fight with all our strength against all forms of racism everywhere it is. If it's in Central Africa, against the Banyamulenge, against the Hema, against the Tutsis in Rwanda or in Burundi, when we see that kind of racism, we must denounce it and we must fight back. That is what the UN has to do to protect the Tutsis, the Banyamulenge, and other groups in Eastern DRC. What they must do to help the people who are now in IDP camps and refugee camps in Rwanda who have fled, the Banyamulenge who have fled from the Eastern Congo. We must, in other words, make sure that before the UN withdraws the rest of the UN troops there in Eastern Congo, a new resolution be put together to introduce a new peacekeeping force there, because otherwise these genocidal militias, and our count is there are at least 120 such genocidal militias in Eastern Congo right now, they will take over. And we can't have that. We can't allow that. So I thank you for holding this commemoration. It's a way to memorialize the people who died in that terrible massacre, the Gatumba massacre. But it's also a way forward. It's a way for us to remember. We must not forget, and we must make sure this happens never again. Thank you very much. Hello, I'm happy to be with you today, even though I know this is a commemoration. It's not a happy event, but nevertheless, one of the things I've discovered about people from Rwanda and Congo and Burundi is how totally irrepressible your spirits are. You're good examples of the power of resurrection. You're proof of resurrection, because in spite of the many genocides that have been committed against you, you always come back to life, and your culture cannot be killed. And that is what is wonderful, I think, about the Tutsi culture, about the Banyamulenge culture, about the cultures of the people of Central Africa, and in particular in Rwanda, Burundi, and the South.
Everyone that was killed, mothers, sons, nephews, all had names. For us to remember them, so that we can etch their memories on ourselves, we need to be able to say their names. We need to be able to read their names, so that you can put a name to the victims. In this moment, I would like to invite the survivors, some of them, to come up front here so we can read the names of those who perished. Can I also ask the team member to dim the light a little bit whilst we're reading the names, if it's possible at all? Thank you.
Reka dusome amazina y'abacu badusize. Famille Minyati, Foste Minyati, Kadafi Minyati, Merewoneza Minyati, Nyanome Minyati. Famille Rutekereza, Jacques Rutekereza, Mushambaro rutekereza, igira neza rutekereza, Nyamasoso rutekereza, Ndatabaye rutekereza, Nyazahabu rutekereza, Nyamuryango rutekereza. Famille Gasosi, Gasosi Ereste Byambu, Perusi Gasosi, Nyahumure Gasosi, Bahoza Gasosi, Debora Gasosi. Famille Nyamusore, Nyamusore Karaha, Debora Nyamusore, Tarutwa Nyamusore, Kayonga Nyamusore, Ngezayo Nyamusore, Bebe Nyamusore. Famille Rukamirwa, Ose Rukamirwa, Marisiana Rukamirwa, Bisetsa Rukamirwa. Famille Haizuru, Fille Haizuru, Felix Haizuru. Famille Gatoni, Mugotwa Gatoni, Nyabziza Gatoni, Debora Gatoni, Eme Gatoni. Famille Muhimuzi, Eliasi Muhimuzi, Munoni Muhimuzi, Mereweneza Muhimuzi. Famille Shemu, Marisiana Shemu, Esperance Shemu, Jeremy Shemu. Famille Shoni, Masigabona Shoni, Nyakiza Shoni, Musa Shoni, Amani Shoni. Famille Kasa, Nyahoza Kasa, Ziraje Kasa, Jeannette Kasa. Yvonne Kasa, Bebe Kasa. Famille Bitati, Thomas Bitati, Eric Bitati, Dudu Bitati. Famille Zaroti, Nyahoza Zaroti, Bebe Zaroti. Famille Kanyabitabo, Odia Kanyabitabo, Neza Kanyabitabo. Famille Musafiri Hoga, Chantale Musafiri Hoga, Nyamugisha Hoga, Patience Musafiri. Famille Gapingi, Nyabihogo Gapingi, Claude Gapingi, Giselle Gapingi. Famille Musafiri, Lydia Musafiri, Samuel Musafiri. Famille Mandevu, Lea Mandevu, Muhorana Mandevu. Famille Butoto, Cheche Butoto, Fiston Butoto, Mupenzi Butoto. Famille Mahinga, Munezero Mahinga, Nyabyinshi Mahinga. Famille Mukwiye, Uzia Gashindi Mukwiye, Dando Mukwiye, Lucy Mukwiye, Daniel Mukwiye. Famille Gaturuturu, Zera Gaturuturu, Tantine Gaturuturu. Famille Yohana, Nyabahiga Mugabe, Nyabirori Mugabe, Fille Mugabe, Bea Mugabe. Famille Rukungugu, Claude Nzabakiza Rukungugu, Nyagazura Aime Rukungugu, Muhuza Felix Rukungugu. Full term and a full-term baby. Famille Muyengeza, Nyarukundo Muyengeza, Rusengo Muyengeza, Musore Muyengeza. Famille Maniragaba, Bukuru Maniragaba, Ndayisenga Maniragaba, Ange Maniragaba. Famille Ntwari, Pauline Ntwari, Jeanne Ntwari. Famille Gishoma, Asikofu Gishoma, Kunda Gishoma. Famille Biguge Rumanzi Fabien, Biguge Fabien, Inonsa Biguge, Didier Biguge. Famille Runezerwa, Mukarurwiza Runezerwa, Bose Runezerwa, Bijou Runezerwa. Famille Muvange Simon, Munezero Muvange, Edward Muvange, Mama Muvange. Famille Maronko Kagigi, Zera Maronko, Nyambo Maronko, Jeanne Maronko, Shate Maronko. Famille Serugarukira Antoine, Nyabitanga Serugarukira, Nyantebuka Serugarukira. Famille Runagana, Manase Runagana, Gaterana Runagana, Mukobwa Runagana. Famille Gasungunu, Tonia Gasungunu, Davide Gasungunu. Famille Ngakazi, Inyas Ngakaji Bwana, Emmanuel Ngakazi, Daniel Ngakazi. Famille Kalala, Nakiza Kalala, Ngwabi Kalala. Famille Ngirabakunzi Rukanirwa, Nyagakobwa Nyirabakunzi, Bebe Ngirabakunzi. Famille Gasore Bunana, Gasore Bunana, Mukunde Gasore. And this is a one-person category. Deborah Mukobwa Jana Munyakuri, Jeannette Murora Isaac, Odia Ndagiro, Mado Gahakanyi, Nyamuzeyi Gafita, Nyamunezero Zuzi, Kajeyi Ruganza, Ndayishimiye Muzuri, Nyamajana Rushaga, Nyangore Rugabo, Bizimana Kazingo, Nyamatungo Seruhungu, Sifa Maria, Andre Ndakanirwa, Ngombe Rushemuka, Kazingo Bizimana, Michel Nzungu, Gikwerere Rusekeza, Nyantonesha, Nyakirindo Ruhumuriza, Afande Binyonyo, Chisekedi Rwigema Semuhoza, Mugiraneza Ndasarara, Espoir Rwibagiza, Muroronkweri Michel Zikama, Niyitanga Semugazanya, Rodrigue Niyonkuru Sekabumba. Ayandi mazina tugiye gusoma nayo muri kominote y'Ababembe. Sadi Nyapamba, iyo ni familia Nyapamba. Sadi Nyapamba, Bahati Nyapamba. Famille Lulinda, Abwe Paul Lulinda, Delphine Biamonea. Famille Batubula, Regine Batubula, Leo Aichi, Asukulu Bokele, Echa Mbelechi, Lukele Walukele, Angalisho Mambo, Evariste Samuli, Jeannette Kiza, Isumbelo Wisumbelo, Naramirenge Ndalo. N'abandi babiri imibiri yabo batamenya amazina yabo. Murakoze.
abacu bicwaga bazira uko Imana yabaremye, mbega agahinda, mbega umubabaro washorowe tuza kwibagirwa.
twabuze abana bari bafite akazoza, tubura ababyeyi cari icizere cacu, ariko bya bisigarira byabo nibyo bisigasiye imurenge none. We cry for justice for our belongs Banyamulenge, kubera iki twicwa amahanga areba. Oh, nibasika icaha aho cavuye, ngo amahanga yose atwirengagize. Naho amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa, mwebwe nimuze tuvire hasi rimwe, tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagane ubwo bwicanyi, tutazashira duteza amajosi. Naho amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa, mwebwe nimuze tuvire hasi rimwe, tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagane ubwo bwicanyi, tutazashira duteza amajosi. Naho amahanga yirengagiza akarengane dukorerwa, mwebwe nimuze tuvire hasi rimwe, tuzamura amajwi yacu twamagane ubwo bwicanyi, tutazashira duteza amajosi.
Thank you. Haven't heard their names. Could I ask so that we can stand for a minute of silence so we can remember them? Please stand. Thank you. You may be seated. Now it is time to hear the testimonies of those who survived those massacres on that fateful night. Let me ask the following 3 people to come up front. Noela Uagasosi, Aline Kamaliza, and Desire Rusengo on the stage.
Muraho ndabizi iyo tugiye kuvuga ubuhamya hano tuba tuvuga ibintu bibabaje cyane, amateka mabi twanyuzemo, bigatuma dusoza umutima benshi muri twe tutabasha kwihanganira, tukaba twanarira. Ariko reka mbibutse ko icyatuzanye hano ni intego ebyiri: kwibuka abacu badusize bakanadusiga mu buryo bw'agahomamunwa, ariko ni ukuzabibuka turiho kandi tuzabaho. Amazina banyita Noela Gasosi, aba narahawe irindi zina banyita Mama Skyla. Ndi umwe mu bacikacumu basigaye hariya mu gihugu cya Gatumba. Nashaka kugira ngo mbagezeho ubuhamya ibyabaye hariya, kuko njye nari mpari. Reka ntangirire tukiri Buvira, ndavugaho gatoya mbere y'uko tuja mu Gatumba. Ndibuka twari mu buzima busanzwe, turi ku mashuri nk'ibisanzwe. Cyo genda byibuka twari ku ishuri, ariko mbere y'aho ngaho batangira kutubwira ko abanyamurenge batangiwe kwicwa i Bukavu, bamwe banabafunze. Tukaja ku mashuri muri iyo periyode, tukaja ku mashuri dufite ubwoba, turindiriye ko nyine natwe biri butubeho. Mu minsi mikeya twajaga ku ishuri tukagenda dufite ubwoba, ariko ndibuka umunsi nyawo twahunze tuja mu Gatumba. Twari ku ishuri tukabona imodoka zinshi ziri gucaho z'abanyamurenge. Mbona umupapa umwe aje gutora umwana we ku ishuri, ndavuga ngo ndashaka kuja muri restroom. Ndagenda ndamukurikirana, ndamubaza ngo ese ni ibiki biri kuba. Arambwira ngo ngwino nawe tugende, ngo batangiye kutwica, ngo sinzi impamvu uri hano. Ubwo nahise ninjira mu ishuri, nkora amakayi ndataha. Ariko icyo gihe twese duhurirana n'abandi bana benshi mu muhanda w'abanyamurenge. Duhita turataha. Twashitse mu rugo dusanga amakuru menshi. Uko twagendaga niko twahura n'abantu kera batangiye guhunga, ariko twahunze ubwoba, ntabwo ibintu byari byabaye icyo gihe. Gusa n'amakuru twumvaga ko baba babona umunyamurenge i Bukavu bakamwica. ubwo duhita turahunga twashyize mu rugo nyine mbaza ababyeyi ndababwira se niki cyabaye baratubwira ngo tugume hano mu nzu. Ndibuka uwo munsi papa wanjye yaragiye aratubwira ngo nagaruka aratubwira ibyo dukora, aragenda nta n'iminota 30 yashize ahita aragaruka aratubwira ngo dutekere ibintu bikeya bishoboka. Icyo gihe babazanye imodoka twese badupakizamo, ariko muri uwo mwanya kera abakongomani aho ngaho bari batangiye kudutuka ngo Banyarwanda ngo mwende kwenu, kera batangiye no gutera n'amabuye ibintu byinshi. Icyo gihe turagenda twanagendanaga no mu modoka kera bariko baradutera n'amabuye, ariko turagenda tugera ku mupaka turambuka tuje i Burundi. Mu Gatumba badushikije muri zone netre n'ahantu bita mu Gatumba urenze frontière y'abakongomani y'abarundi n'abakongomani. Hari hagati badusiga aho ngaho niho batwubakiye, ntago twahatinze, twagize igihe cy'amezi 2 n'ibindi, twashitse mu kwezi kwa gatandatu. Icyo gihe batwubakira amashitingi, niho twari dutuye turindiriye ko wenda igihugu cyacu turi busubire mu rugo. Tukaba tuzi ko tutohagira n'igihe kingana gutyo, ariko twarahabaye kandi twahabaye twishimye kuko riho twari tuzi ko dufitiye amahoro. Ni ubuzima butari bworoshye bwo mu nkambi, ariko bwari butunejeje kuko twari kumwe n'abo dukunda n'imiryango yacu, kumva turanezerewe. Icyo gihe ndibuka umunsi biba twari tugize iminsi kubera mu nkambi twari dukunda kuririmba kuko there is nothing else twakoraga atari kuririmba no gusenga amakorari. Icyo gihe twararepetaga cyane, twari dufite amakanisa atandukanye twari tugira Buvira, ariko twese tugaza duhuriza ku ikorari rimwe twari dufite kuja kuririmba i Bujumbura. Icyo gihe twari tuvuye muri repetition ndi kumwe n'abagenzi banjye. Sinzi bazavuga ngo ikintu kigiye kukubaho uza wumva uragifeelinga ariko ntumenye exactly what it is. Numvaga uwo munsi wabaye umunsi uremereye, wari heavy cyane kuri njyewe kandi wari umunsi usanzwe. Icyo gihe twari mu byishimo byinshi, twiteguye abayobozi bacu kuza kuturamutsa aho mu nkambi, abantu bari murumva namwe ibintu by'imyiteguro. Twari dusigaje ngira ngo iminsi 2 kugira ngo tuje kuririmba, twatugize iminsi tumarepesiyo nk'uko nabivuze, ariko mu gutaha twagaza turangiza amarepesiyo bwijeho nka 2:00 nari ntashe ndi kumwe n'umumama bita Ngendo, niwe twabanaga muri shitingi yacu. Turataha ariko nkamubwira ngo ndikumva nsa n'umuntu wagwaye ariko kandi ntagwaye. Turataha arambwira ngo tugende mu rugo. Arashika ndibuka shitingi yacu niyo yari shitingi ya nyuma iheka mu zindi ku murongo wari uraho. Ashika ubwo yahise abwira mama wanjye aramubwira ngo I think nobura ngo yagwaye. Icyo gihe mama arambaza ngo se ndamubwira ngo nta kintu na kimwe kiri kunjya, ndamubwira nta hantu nshaka kugira ngo ndi kubabara, gusa ndi kumva nsa n'umuntu urwaye, ndashaka kuryama. Kubera abantu babaye mu nkambi, twebwe twahagize igihe gitoya ariko twumvaga ari nk'imyaka n'imyaka, igihe cy'amezi, ariko urumva abapapa ntago bakundaga kurara aho hantu kuko twese twararaga aho ngaho. Abapapa bacu bararaga ukwabo, basaga n'abantu baba bakora ubuzamu bakaja kurara haruguru y'amahema bose hamwe. Icyo gihe ndibuka mama arambaza, ndamubwira ntago ngwaye nkorari mbivuze kubera ko nageza nteta cyane kandi ndi umukobwa wa gatatu, twari tugira abana 7 ariko nkaba ndi uwa gatatu, ariko nkaba naringira ubutesi bwinshi. Icyo gihe ubwo numva mama aravuze ngo reka aje kuzana papa, ngo reka nze kubwira papa wawe ndabizi n'uri bugushobora kubaze wenda tubwire ikibazo ufite. Numva mbona basa n'abantu bahangayitse kandi ndi kumva vraiment nta kintu kimwe ngwaye. Aragiye aramuzanya ahantu baba bari abapapa aho barara. Icyo gihe bwari bwije, ndabyibuka yarashitse arambaza turasohoka hanze arabimbaza arambwira niki cyabaye ko uhora uri umuntu wishimye ibintu nk'ibyo ndambwira nta kintu na kimwe ndi kumva. Okay, arambwira ngo ngo uyu munsi ntabwo ndi bugende ntabwo ndi busubire hariya hanze n'abandi bagabo. I'm just going to sit kugira ngo nkomeze just watch you sleep. Ndamubwira ngo sinanecessary ntabwo bikenewe kuko ntabwo urara wicaye hano ndi kumwe na mama n'abandi bantu twari benshi aho ngaho. Aravuga ngo ya ngo ndicara kugeza ubyutse. Icyo gihe nicyo gihe naryamye hari nko mu masaa 4 z'ijoro, saa 4 n'igice ndaryama mpita ndasinzira sinamenye ibikurikiye. Ntabwo nigeze menya niba yaragumye aho ngaho ariko yarahagumye. Naherutse yicaye yateye nk'agate baravuga ngo ntacyo ndicara iruhande rwawe kugeza usinziriye. Ndaryama ikintu cyambyukije yari amasasu menshi. Umva umuntu yari nanaryamye nicura turi masasu menshi kubera ko ishitingi nakantu kameze nk'ishashe ni nkako nabyita kuko wasaga nkaho turi hanze gusa ni ikintu cyadukingiraga nyine ikintu kiraho. Icyo gihe amasasu aravuga menshi indirimbo kubera ukuntu twari tumenyereye kuririmba za nibature mpita ngira ngo abantu bagiye gusenga kubera twarasengaga cyane wumvaga abantu bose bari kuririmba hanze bikintu mpita nagira ngo abantu bari gusenga kuko abantu bararirimbye indirimbo z'Imana n'amapendo n'ingoma n'ibiki byose. Kumbe abantu bari ko baririmba hanze nta nubwo ari abacu baje kutwica. Bararirimbye indirimbo z'Imana bavuga ngo Imana irabatugabije ngo nabacu ngo uyu munsi ngo nicure. Icyo gihe nicuye nsanga kera abantu batangiye kuririmba batangira no kurasa. Icyo gihe bararashe cyane birenze kubera ukuntu twatumenyereye ko bakunda kurasa. Twaduturiye nka famu z'inka bakavuga ngo abungere ngo nabantu babaje kwiba inka bagaza barasa bakatubwira ngo you guys don't worry ngo nabantu babacunga inka. Twatumaze kubimenyera tugira ngo ni bya bindi bisanzwe. Ariko mbere yaho ntarajyama hari abana twari dutuye hafi naho amabathroom bari barazishize. Hari abana benshi n'abapapa baragendaga bakumva nk'abantu bajyamye hirya yaho bakaza bakabwira abantu bakabwira ati nyamara hari ahantu hariyo abantu ntimbagara abantu bari baragize ngo kera twarahahamutse kubera turi mu nkambi. Waza wabibwira umuntu akakugira umusazi akakubwira ibyo bintu wavuga ni biki abantu he ukumva abantu bajyamye nka hariya kandi ukabyumva pe usibye ko ari kubivuga ariko nanjye narabyumvishije. Numva nk'abantu bari ko kongorerana umuntu wese wabivugaga baramwamirizaga kwambwira ntiryama abantu barahahamutse. Kumbe abantu baraje kera babonaga mu mvuma zinshi zose ziri ko zirakoreka aho ngaho bari bamaze kumenya ndango. Icyo gihe navuye muri repetition hari imodoka yari iparitse aho iwacu kuri shitingi yacu hari imodoka ihari bari baje gusura mama Pasi umwamikazi. Hari abashyitsi bari bavuye Bujumbura baje kumusura yanatashye natinze ibintu byose byakorekaga barabibonaga. Noneho icyo gihe batugira abasaza batubwira ngo nta kintu na kimwe gihari ngo n'ubwoba dufite ngo nta bantu baje kutwica. Turajya muri icyo gihe rero nsubiye aho nari ngeze ikintu cyambyukije ni amasasu ngo nari nabivuze. Nari njyamye nza kubyuka nsanga njyamanye na murumuna wanjye unkurikira bwa kabiri n'undi mwana wasokurukanya bitabo n'undi mubebe nawe wundi data wacu na musaza wanjye wundi wari nkurikira bwa kane. Bose nsanga nibo bajyamye aho ngaho umva twararyamaga twese abana hamwe. Ariko murumuna wanjye wari nkurikira bwa kabiri niba ari ubwa bwoba bw'amasasu aramfumbata cyane. Icyo gihe amfumbatse n'icyo gihe bamurashe mu mutwe turyamanye like nyina amaraso hiwe numva nk'ibintu bishusha binjeho mpita ndavuga ni igihe najyanye twadutetse ibishimbo ndavuga nti none n'ibishimbo wenda bimenetse ariko nakora nkumva ni ibintu biri heavy bimatira. Icyo gihe atangira kumvugisha nkumva ari kuvuga ananiwe atari gusohora umwuka neza, akambwira ngo arashaka kuja kwa muganga, ngo ntari kumva ameze neza. Nanjye icyo gihe nahise ntangira kwamiza, ndi guhamagara ndahamagara papa, ndamuhamagara papa yarambwiye ati ureke gukoma induru. Nicyo kintu yambwiye ngo ureke gukoma induru ngo uceceke. Icyo gihe kera bari batangiye kurasa abantu bari ku ruhande, ukuntu shitingi bayubakaga ni nk'uko, umva bamwe bari hano abandi baraye, bakagenda badivayizinga amafamiye. Rero abantu bari bajyamye kuri uru ruhande kera bari bamaze kubarasa, n'abanaga na famiye ya Pasiteri Rutekereza, ni famiye ya Biguga ariwo mama Pasi Mwamikazi na mama Ngendo, n'indi famiye ya data wacu Zaroti, n'ayo mafamiye twari tubana muri shitingi imwe. Icyo gihe ntangira mama wa Pasiteri Rutekereza atangira kwamiza, atangira kurira, twese induru yahisiba, kuko abantu kera bari batangiye kubarasama aho ngaho ngo turapfuye, umuntu wese ahamagara uwo ahamagaye. Ndibuka Pasiteri Rutekereza none avuze ngo umuntu wese ugihumeka ngo yature, umuntu wese uzi ko haya yumva ibyo ndi kuvuga ngo yihane. Niryo jambo yatubwiye twese. Umuntu yaramiza, sinzi ibyo umuntu yavuze, nta nubwo nibuka n'ibyo navuze aho. Muri uwo mwanya nsubiye kwa murumuna wanjye ndamufata mbura uko ngira. Muri uwo mwanya turi ko tuvuga barinjira, kubera ko nari njyamye nkaha ku nzira, barinjira baranankandagira, nari nabaye nati, numvaga nta n'ikintu ndi kumva. Barinjira, ko binjira niko barasa, niba mujyamye muri 5 6 niko bose bagenda babarasa. Baraza bampagarara hejuru, ndaceceka kubera ko nari nuzuye amaraso ya murumuna wanjye, ariko kera murumuna wanjye nari maze kumva ko kera atakiyahumeka. Nkomeza mufumbase, ndamufumbata. Baraza, amaraso yari yanyuzuye ahantu hose, mu myenda he, amaso, ndango barabonye bagira ngo napfuye, banga kwica amasasi yabo nabi. Bakomeza bahagaze bose, uko baza binjira bari benshi, bari abantu benshi, bamwe bafite imipanga. Niko nkanura narabarebaga, ariko ngasa n'umuntu utari kureba. Ndabareba ibintu byose baba bakora, uko baza, bamwe bakavuga ngo bareke kurasa, bakavuga ngo kandi bakavuga ikirimi turi kumva, bavugaga Ikirundi, Kinyarwanda, ntago Igiswahili, ibintu byose twarabyumvaga bari kuvuga. Ngo barangize bararasa pe hema yacu baruhe, twumva induru ziracecetse. Barasohoka, umwe arasohoka ahamagara undi aramubwira ngo nzanire ngo akabido ka essence, ngo ni ikibiriti. Umva nkatekereza ikibiriti bagiye kugikoresha iki na essence, sintekereze ko wenda bashaka gutwika. Birandenga, ndavuga ati numvaga ntahari pe, ndaceceka ngo aho ngaho sinamuvinga. Icyo gihe batangiye, nari njyamye uruhande, batangira gutwika runo rundi. Ngo mara gutwika baragenda, umwe ahagarara, numva umwe aramubwiye ngo uhagarare mu muryango, ngo tugiye kureba abandi mu yandi mahema, ngo tugiye gufasha abagenzi bacu ahandi. Hasigara umugabo umwe afite imbunde, naregutse ndamureba ku muryango, yarahagaze ni nkaha naha, mbona arahagaze n'imbunde, ari kuvuga ngo shanga uwibeshya, ngo agasohoka ngo ndamuvuna amaguru. Icyo gihe kera batangiye gutwika. Icyo gihe nabonye mama Nkingi batangiye gusha, Badangendo, n'abandi benshi batangiye gusha, niko bari kwamiza. Hari mama wacu basanga ataracikana, mbona umugabo afashe imbugita, yaragiye kumurasa, aramubwira ngo ntago nica amasasu yanjye nabi. Afata imbugita arayimujomba. Mamdoga aramiza cyane, yamizaga guhamagara umugabo wiwe. Umva nahaguruka pe, ariko undi mutima ukambwira ngo icara, ryama, guma aho ngaho. Uwo mugabo amaze guhagarara mu muryango, numva mama Nkingi niwe nabonye ansimbukira, kubera uruhande rwacu rwari rutaratangira gusha, kuko yatangiye guhira uruhande rumwe. Aransimbukira pe, arambwira ngo urango ntusige. Niryo jambo numvise ari kumbwira ngo ntusige. na mama Pasi niwe umuntu waza wamiza arambwira ari guhamagara papa, niyo numvaga uri guhamagara papa, ni Gasosi we ndahwereye, bari bamurashe nawe nanigwe kuba ahantu ari. Noneho umugabo ngo hagarare mu muryango, ngira imitima ibiri, umwe ukambwira ngo haguruka ugende, nanone bakwicureke gusha uri kurumva, uwundi ukambwira ngo rindira, numvira uri aho kumbwira ngo nindindire, ngo arangize hageze nk'iminota 5 abona ko nta muntu n'umwe uri kumuvinga, aravuga ngo hano, numvabwira uwundi ngo hano twabahejeje, yavuze mu Kirundi ngo hano twabahejeje, baragenda. Umwanya bagiye niho nagize nk'imbaraga, numva nanjye narinzi ko bandashe, ni kujya azavuga ngo iyo bakurashe ntubyumva. Ndahaguruka ndavuga ati ibyabaye, ndahagurutse nteye intambwe nkandagira undi mwana navuze wari uryamanye natwe w'umubebe, yari afite nk'umwaka hari, numva ararize, n'undi mwana wa sokuru ngo ni neza arambwira ngo dada ngo usiniyace, yarambwiye ngo ushanga ngo usiniyace. Rero mu mwanya nkirimo shakisha ukuntu mbanza gutwara umubebe, mbanza gushaka igitenge cyo kumuheka, ndamufata, mama wiwe yari yamaze gucikana uwo mwana, ndamuheka. Maze kumuheka niko n'uwo mwana wundi wa sokuru ari kumfata ngo simusige. Muri icyo gihe nimba baratwumvishije, niko ndi gushaka ukuntu sohora mama wa Nkingi, madame Rutekereza, niko ndi gushaka ukuntu ndi busore Mwamikazi, bose nibo bantu nabonaga bakiri bazima aho ngaho, abandi bose bari bamaze gusha, bari batangiye gusha benshi. Shaka imbugita kugira ngo nshanyure urundi ruhande rwa shitingi, ndayibona, ndahaca kubera ko bari batwitse, hari hasa nk'ahari ku manywa, hari umucyo mwinshi cyane. Ngo ndangize kwica, nsa nk'ubanza gusohoka kugira ngo ndebe ukuntu ndi bukurura abandi aho umuriro wari utaragera. Kwa kundi nsohotse barambona, umwanya nsohokanye na wa mubebe ngiye gukurura wa mwana neza, barambonye, naho naherukiye ndiruka. Baravuga ngo hari umuntu ngo asohotsemo hariya, ndirukanka, baranyirukankana pe, nje gusa ndirukankana n'uwo mwana w'umubebe nari mfite, babandi mbambasiza aho ngaho. Ndirukanja mu yindi hema yari inyuma yacu, niho mukuru wanjye w'imfuri wacu yarari, njya kureba ko agihari, sanga ntawe uhari, sanga bose nta muntu wari urimo, bari bamaze guhunga bose. Ariko umwanya uri guca ahantu hose wacaga, abantu bose baraguhamagara, uza akaguhamagara ngo mfata ngo ntusige, badabeya bose nabasiza, bari abantu benshi bakomeretse, ukabura ufata n'ureka. Ariko icyo gihe hari amasasu menshi cyane ku buryo utamenyaga ibyo uri gukora. Narirutse sinamenye niyo nirukiye, naragiye gusa ngendiye mu ishamba n'uwo mwana, ndagenda ngo aho nagiye, aho nari ngeze nsanga hariho abandi bantu, nsanga hariho mukuru wanjye ariyo yahungiye. Mbere ntaragera kuri mukuru wanjye nasanze uwo mama witwa Ngendo, nsanga bamurashe mu nda, aregamye ku giti, sinzi undi muntu bari kumwe nawe ntajya nibuka. Nsanga yari afite ibintu biva mu nda, ni nk'ubura yari afite, imyenda ye yahiye. Ndamufata, nambura, hano nambaye umupira n'akandi gapira mo imbere, ndawambura, nzikura wa mwana, nambura umupira, ndamwambika kuko yari yakonje ari gutitira cyane, kuko mbona nta kintu yari yambaye. Kera imyenda yenda ngo yari yayiciye, ari gusa ari afite ibintu amamara yamuvuye mu nda. Mwambika umupira naye nambaye, ndicara. Numvaga namaze kuruha, ngo mare kwicara, ndamubwira ngo nihangane. Icyo gihe n'abantu baradukurikira, abantu batwicaga baradukurikiraga bashaka abantu bahunze. Numva baraje, ndicara ndaceceka, ndavuga mana uyu mwana mfashe ntarire. Imana ibyo izikora, umwana ntiyigeze arira. Turicara aho ngaho, baradutambuka, bari abantu 3 bafite imbunde, baducaho, ntibatubona ahantu twari twegamye na Ngendo n'uwo mwana, barahushuka. Ubwo ngubwo mpita ndahaguruka, numva nk'abandi bantu bari kuvugira ku ruhande, ariko byari byaducanze kuko twese twavugaga ikirimi kimwe, ntiwamenyaga uwanyu uwo ari we usanga. nigira hirya nje kureba mukuru wanjye nsanga ahantu bari hari abantu benshi bicaye ariko umuntu wese ntiyavugaga. Nsanga hari abantu benshi bicaye, ndababwira ati hari umuntu ngenda ameze nabi, niba hari umuntu wahamagara umuntu akaza kumutwara kwa muganga. Muri uwo mwanya ndiko ndavuga numva amajwi ku muhanda kw'ikaburimbo, umupapa ndamwibuka ngo ni Gasita, abantu basengeraga muri Kadese, ari guhamagara kavuga ngo ndi Gasita. Umva wabanza gukivuga amazina yawe kugira ngo tumenye kuko indimi zawe zabaye nyinshi. Numva niwe, numva ijwi ryiwe kuko n'umupapa narinzi. Ndahaguruka ngenda musanga, ndamubwira ati hari umuntu ufite, bazavuga ngo umuntu ufite umuntu ngo babazane, ngo bazanye imodoka. Icyo gihe imodoka zatangiye kuza guseha abantu. Ndahaguruka ndagenda kumureba, ndamuzana mugezaho ngendo yari ari wo mumama. Nanjye barambwira ngo nawe injira mu modoka. Ndabwira nti nge ndi kumva nta hantu ndi kubabara. Ngo ya ushobora kuba wababaye kuko ufite amaraso menshi. Ndambwira oya, umwana yanga umuntu wari we wese, uwo mubebe yanze umuntu wese kugeza ndangu ibyumweru 2 byose yangaga kwegera undi muntu. Ndabambwira nti oya nimundekere umwana. Ndamufashe ndamubwira nti oya ntinge ntago baranyambura imyenda, barandeba ahantu hose, basanga nta kibazo nge nagize. Uco gihe ndibuka batujyanye ahantu ku gasantere, bari aho baza bajyana abantu bose barokotse. Niho nagiye nsanga harimo abantu benshi. Ndibuka nasanzemo sokuru wanjye Kanyabitabo, yari inshuti ya papa cyane. Iwe ntiyanamvugishije gusa yarambwiye ngo isariye. Nicyo kintu yambajije ngo isariye. Icyo gihe nyuma mbere yuko nsimbukira hariya, mbere yuko nsoka muri hema, mbere yuko mpeka umwana naragiye ndeba ababyeyi banjye nsanga bapfuye. Nabuzemo ababyeyi 2 na barumuna banjye 3. Nsanga barangije. Nicyo gihe nahisemo guhaguruka. Cyakoze mbere yuko ngenda nafashe igitenge ndabororotsa. Navuze ngo ntago ndi burire. Nasize mbororoshe ndasohoka. Icyo gihe sokuru niho narengeze arambaza, ndababwira ngo ntawe. Abantu bari bakundana cyane. Ndamubwira ngo papa ntawe. Aranga yanga kubyumva pe. Aravuga ngo aragiye. Icyo gihe ntago bemereraga umuntu wari we wese kugira ngo agere aho hantu. Ndamubwira nti ngaho ugenda ariko ntawe uhari. Kuko icyo gihe nari namaze narabyiboneye njyenyine ko nasize barangije bose. Ariko nshobora kuba narihenze kubera igihe nasubiyeyo, twasubiyeyo mu gatondo nsanga musaza wanjye yaguye ku muryango. Nshobora kuba narihenze wenda nawe yarakiri muzima, kuko icyo gihe na shitingi yacu niyo shitingi yahiriyemo abantu benshi. Dusubiye nta n'umurambo wabo twigeze tubona. Gusa waramenya gusa ahantu abantu ahantu bari bajyamye ukavuga ati uyu niwe. Cyane cyane ninjye bajyanye kugira ngo mbere kuko byari bimeze, ukavuga ngo nahayarari kugira ngo umenye uwo ari we. Ntago twigeze tubabona, ntago twigeze tubona intumbi zabo. Iyo shitingi yacu niyo shitingi yapfuyemo abantu benshi, ngo bamare no gupfa baranabatwika bose. Sinzi, rimwe na rimwe ndatekereza nkavuga iki, sinzi icyatumye nsigara, kubera ko mu bantu muri iyo shitingi yacu ninjye umuntu wavuye mutarashwe njyenyine. Abatapfuye bose barashwe mu buryo utobasha gusobanura. Ariko mvamo nshakisha n'akantu n'agasharature noba naragize nkakabura, ariko buriya hari impamvu. Hari impamvu yatumye nsigara. Hari impamvu yatumye nsigara kugira ngo mbe mpagaze hano. Hari impamvu yatumye nsigara kugira ngo nzabwire Safi amakuru. Ntago nari kumwe nawe ahantu byabereye, yabaga ku ishuri. Wenda ibi ngibi nibyo byatumye nsigara kugira ngo tuzatugira n'uyu mwanya mwiza wo kwibuka. Hari ijambo nshaka kubasangiza ritoya mbere yuko ndangiza. Kuba twaravukiye mu muryango twavukiyemo ntabwo ari impanuka. Kuba twaravukiye mu bwoko twavukiyemo nubwo twaba twangwa n'isi yose nabyo si impanuka. Kuba twaravutse mu babyeyi twavutseho nubwo benshi muri twe batakibafite ntabwo nabyo si impanuka. Twabayeho mu bitekerezo by'Imana. Mbere yuko tuvuka twacuzwe mu mugambi mu bitekerezo by'Imana. Turi imbuto y'imitekerereze y'Imana, twabayeho kubw'umugambi kandi turiho kubw'umugambi. Imana izi ibyo twanyuzemo kandi izi no kubaho kwacu. Nta cyayiciye mu myanya y'intoki, nta cyabaye itarizi. Ni mukomere turiho kandi tuzabaho. Bibiliya iravuga ngo Imana izi imyicarire yacu n'imigenderere yacu. Izi iyo duhagaze, niyo turyamye, niyo twicaye, ngo tukiri mu rusoro mu nda ya ba mama yari ituzi. Kandi iminsi yacu yose yo kubaho yari yanditse mu gitabo cyayo. Rero ma survivors, kuko tuzwi n'Imana tukaba tunari mu mugambi w'Imana, mureke tureke gupfa kubaho, ahubwo tubeho kandi tubeho nk'abafise intego. Murakoze kandi abashimiye mwese mwaje kudufata mu mugongo. Iyo tubona abantu imbere yacu bameze gutya biratunezeza cyane. Just kuba muduhaginga byonyine biradufasha. Hug. Imana yo mu ijuru bampere umugisha.
For the moral of redeeming the time, I'm going to give you her testimony in short words. I'm not going to mention the names as she said because I can remember them, but I will try to go as short as I can. She started saying that she knows today is a heavy day when they are about to speak about these things. They are not good things at all. They are painful, they hurt their hearts. And then she was sorry for what she's going to be speaking because she knew the expectation was the heavy-hearted in the people. She continuing saying that they were happy like everybody else, living well. She was in Ovira for school, but she was in a choir, in a team that was singing. And when the parents were in Burundi refugee camp, they were already preparing themselves to go to sing there. So they went to sing, they were happy like normal, nothing at all was expected to happen. But she said how she had a friend. One day she was telling that friend that I really don't want to mention the name. I guess she said a name called Ngendo, if I can remember. And she told her that she felt sick. She's not feeling well, even though she's not hurting anywhere. But she's in bad mood, she's not happy. And then she couldn't understand why. So because she was kind of well-treated kid, spoiled in good way, because she was the third kid in the family, but she was very raised, well-loved. She mentioned that to her parents and dad. She said that the men used not to sleep, to sit in regular places. They were going in the same area just to stay there with the other men. But when she mentioned that she's not feeling well, she feels sick, they tried to comfort her, and the father said that he's not going because he has to wait for her until she gets better. She went to sleep. The father said that he's going to wait for her to wake up. And while they were there, they heard people talking, because they were not expecting anything to happen. Every time when somebody mentioned something about that, they were like, what is going on? Nothing's going to happen. You guys are scared for nothing. So she heard some people saying that, bad people are coming to this refugee camp. And then they were like, no, that's nothing. Just, they say, go to sleep, be quiet, it's fine. So when they went to sleep, they heard voices behind the tent, And after that, they heard team coming, singing. They were confused because the same language and the songs, they can hear the songs, and they were confused what was happening. But the team came singing. She said also how their tent was kind of in a starting area. So the other tents were kind of a little bit far away, but they started. When they came in, they started with where she was. So when the first bullet, they shoot her sister because she was sleeping with the sister, and then she felt something like something warm on her body. She did not tell what was happening, and then the sister started to speak with a low voice. She said, I don't feel well. And then she was like, what's going on? But she felt something. That was blood was on her body. She felt was, warm on her body. And then come to realize that it was the sister who was shooted. So when they were trying to run away, these people who came to kill them, they say, we are going to burn this tent. And then they were saying, we already finished this area. We shall go to help other team members to other areas to make sure everybody's killed. So they talk to each other how they are going to burn that tent. They say some can go at the end and the others can stay there. So one was standing next to her, saying that whoever who's moving, it's gonna see. We are going to burn this tent, making sure nobody escaped. So, and then that person had a knife and a gun. When they tried to escape, it was no way. One lady stood up trying to find a way to see, starting to call people, but when she was about to run, she said, please don't leave me. And then when she started walking, she stepped on a little baby, and that baby cried. When the baby cried, she stepped back to get the baby. She held the baby. She ran with the baby. She went, even though they're trying to catch her, but she kept going. Going there, she found another woman who was shot in her stomach. I guess, I don't know if it was a knife. She was cut by a knife or it was a gunshot. And she was bleeding very bad, and the intestines were outside. She had a baby on her back, so she released the baby. She took off the sweater she had on to try to cover the woman who was bleeding on that place. She was sitting just leaning to a tree. And then she heard another man calling on side, mentioning his name. I'm this person, I'm this person. She went as well to find that man. She brought him. And then, she just closing with a word saying that even though she doesn't know the meaning of living, she doesn't know why she remained when everybody else was killed, but she's the one who remained. She said maybe the purpose for her remaining is just to share this news with the world, to tell people what happened. But she found out that in her tent everyone was killed and burned. When she was trying to look the places where they were, she could not tell who was, but she can know exactly where everybody was laying and mentioning this is this, but she could not tell the image because they were burnt already. So she said, even though she did not understand the meaning of her remaining, continuing to live, is just for her to stand with this news and sharing the word, what is going to happen. She gave a message to everybody who escaped, saying that they have to live as people who have a purpose, don't just live by living, because there is a reason why God have helped them to escape that. And then she mentioned a word in the Bible where it says that, God knows us and knows our steps. He knows when we're standing, He knows when we're sitting, He knows when everything's happening. So God who kept us safe, He will continue to keep us. She thanked you guys. She said it's very comforting to see everybody sitting here, listening to their stories, even though it's sad, a tragedy happened. But she was very thankful, and she said she honors your time and for you coming, supporting them in this way. And she said, God bless everybody.
Hello, and thank you so much for being with us.
Arabaramukije kandi aravuze ngo murakoze cyane kubana nabo.
Not just today, but this whole month.
Ati ntabwo ari uyu munsi gusa ariko ku kwezi kose.
To remember the loved ones we lost.
Bibuka abakunzi babuze.
As a survivor myself, this means a lot.
Kumucika cumu ku giti canje ibi bisobanura byinshi.
To see not just our community, but everybody.
Ati atari kubona gusa abantu b'ubwoko bwacu atariko abantu bose.
First and foremost, my name is Aline Kamariza.
Ati izina ryanje nitwa Aline Kamariza.
And as I mentioned before, I'm also a survivor.
Kandi nkuko nababwiye nanjye ndumucika cumu.
During the night of the genocide,
Mwijoro abantu bishwemo.
I was only 5 years old.
Nari mfite imyaka 5 gusa.
I'm amazed on how I remember such a traumatic event.
Ati birantangaza cyane iyo ntekereje ukuntu nibuka ibyo bintu byabaye.
But maybe because it was so traumatic, it's hard to forget.
Atahari no kubera ko byari ibintu bibi cyane kandi bikomeye kubyibagirwa.
Everything took place around 10 p.m.
ati buri kintu cyose cyabaye hafi mu masaha 4.
During that night, I never really remember what happened before the attack.
Ati muri iryo joro mu by'ukuri ntago nshobora kwibuka icyabaye mbere yuko duterwa.
But I recall everything that took place in those 2 hours.
Ariko mbasha kwibuka neza ikintu cyose cyabaye muri ayo masaha 2.
At the time, we were living in small tents.
Icyo gihe twari dutuye mu ishitingi ntoya.
And some people had more than one family in a tent.
Ati hari abantu bari bafite umuryango urenze umwe muri shitingi.
That night, I don't recall what we were talking about, but I remember we were just talking about some stuff in our tent.
Ati sinibuka neza icyo twariho tuvugaho, atariko ndibuka ko twariho tuvugana gusa mu nkambi yacu se cyangwa muri shitingi yacu.
When it got a little late,
noneho bwijeho gato,
I was in that tent with my mom, my dad, my brother, me, and my grandma.
Icyo gihe nari ndi kumwe na papa na mama na musaza wanjye ndetse na kaka.
That night, my brother ended up going with my grandma to go sleep in another tent.
Noneho musaza wanjye ajyana na kaka kuryama mu yindi shitingi.
And he left us for that night.
Baradusiga muri iryo joro.
So in that tent, it was just me, my mom, and my dad.
Noneho nsigarana na papa na mama.
The gunshots started off from afar, like very far. We didn't really hear them.
I'm sorry, she wants me to interpret for her. She's more comfortable when I'm interpreting. I'm gonna try to go fast.
The gunshots started off from afar, so we didn't think much of it and ignored it.
Ati noneho batangiye kurasa atariko ntitwabyitaho cyane.
But then it started getting closer and closer.
Ati noneho bitangira kuza bitwegera.
I took it serious when I started seeing my dad's expressions change as if he was scared.
Ati noneho biza kuntera ubwoba iyo nabo maze kubona ko papa ukuntu yabifashe bisa nkaho byamuteye ubwoba nawe.
The people who were attacking us, as people mentioned before, came in very loud. They came in, they weren't trying to even hide.
Ati abantu baje kudutera baje bari gusakuza cyane nta nubwo bashakaga no kwihisha.
They wanted us to know they were there.
Ati bashatse ko tumenya ko bari aho ngaho.
So, like I mentioned, my brother was in the other tent. So, in the tent that I was in, my mom got worried.
Ati noneho musaza wanjye yari mu yindi shitingi, mama wanje yatangira kugira ubwoba cyane.
So she ran out of our tent to go for my brother.
Noneho we arasohoka ava muri shitingi yacu aje gushaka musaza wanjye.
I always think why she ran out, but she's a mother.
Ati noneho mpora ntekereza impamvu we yasohotse yihuta atariko nibuka ko ari umubyeyi.
She wanted to make sure my brother was okay.
Ati yashakaga kumenya ko musaza wanjye nawe ari amahoro.
Little by little, the singing that they were singing started to get closer, and then they ended up in our tent.
Ati noneho indirimbo baririmbaga n'ijwi ryo hejuru bitangira biza bitwegera kandi baza muri shitingi twarimo.
So in the tent that I was in, it was just now me and my dad in that tent, and I think there was another family in there as well.
Ati noneho ninjye wari usigayemo na papa ariko ndatekereza ko hari undi muryango wari urimo.
So my dad started to pray.
Papa atangira gusenga.
He prayed because he was a man of God.
Noneho arasenga kuko yari umukozi w'Imana.
While he was praying, two people came in.
igihe yasengaga abantu babiri baraza
They didn't really say much to us. They just right away just started firing gunshots everywhere.
nta nubwo batuvugishije bahise batangira kurasa ahantu hose
They shot all around, but in a situation like that, you don't really think of much. You just freeze.
ati noneho baratangira bararasa ati mu gihe nk'icyo ngicyo nta gutekereza ujya wumva wabaye nk'igiti
My dad was sort of shielding me, like covering me, sitting down.
noneho papa atangira nko kumfata ashaka nko kumpisha
They ended up shooting him, I think 3 to like 4 times.
noneho baza kumurasa kabiri cyangwa kane gatatu cyangwa kane
He didn't take much. He didn't take long to die.
ati ntabwo byamufashe umwanya muremure kwitaba
But while he was dying, he did say his farewell to me.
ati igihe yari ariho arangiza hari ibyo yavuze kuri nje
I got shot on my right leg.
ati njyewe bandashe mu kuguru kw'iburyo
Somehow the bullets that were shooting my dad somehow ended up on my right thigh.
ati noneho urusasu bari barashe papa ruza kumfata ku kibero cy'iburyo
When they got done shooting,
igihe noneho barashe
I'm not sure how long, but other people came in that same tent trying to attack us again.
ati noneho abandi banzi nabo biyongeraho muri iyo shitingi yacu batangira kuturasa
But I just stood there still. I wasn't moving. I wasn't saying anything. I was just in shock.
ati urumva n'ubundi nari narashwe kandi nari nanikanze cyane nta nubwo nahungaga nta n'icyo navugaga
They looked straight in my eyes and said nothing. It's like they knew I was going to die at some point.
ati barandeba mu maso ni nk'aho babonye ko nza gupfa n'ubundi ntacyo bavuze
Right away, they just started burning that tent down.
ubwo bahita batangira gutwika iyo shitingi
After I left, I sat there for a while.
maze
After they left, sorry.
bamaze kugenda noneho nsa n'uhagumyeho gato
For something in my head told me I gotta get out of there, so I got out of my shock.
noneho numva ikintu mu mutwe kirambwiye ati va hano noneho nza kumva nsa nk'umuntu ukangutse
It felt like I was watching myself die, and I told myself, I gotta get out. I don't know how, but I gotta get out.
ati byari bimeze nk'uko nirebaga ndiho mpfa noneho njyenyine nza kwibwira ngo ngomba kugenda nubwo ntazi uko biza kumba ariko ngomba gusohoka
The tents were burning down,
ati urumva shitingi yari iriho isha
and I was bleeding everywhere. I pushed his body, my dad's body, away from me and just dragged myself out of that tent.
ati kandi nari nuzuye amaraso kuko nasunitse umubiri wa papa kandi nshaka kuwukura muri aho ngaho
When you're in a situation like that, you don't really feel pain.
ati urumva iyo uri mu bihe bimeze nk'ibyo ntabwo ujya wumva ububabare
I wasn't feeling any pain. I was just worried about surviving.
ati ntabwo numvaga mbabara numvaga gusa nitaye kugira ngo nze kubaho
I ended up dragging myself out of that tent and dragging myself. I was not walking. I was scooting myself out of that tent.
ati noneho birangira nikuruye hanze ati ntabwo nabashaga kugenda ariko nari ndongera nkorora inda hasi kugira ngo mvemo
Half of my back was burned off from the fire,
ati urumva igice cy'imyenda yanjye cyari cyahiye
and I was bleeding from the gunshot wound.
ati kandi nariho mva mu gisebe barashemo
So as I was dragging myself out of there, it came to situations where I'll pretend to literally die.
ati noneho iyo igihe nikururaga aho hantu byageze igihe numva ko nshobora gupfa
When I was pretending to die, if I feel like the people who were walking past me, they kind of believed that it was just a dead body because the conditions that I was in.
aturumva njyewe nashatse nk'uwigira nk'uwapfuye kugira ngo bambonye nabo bagira ngo none ni umubiri ni umurambo.
And then I did end up dragging myself out. I'm not sure exactly how I got myself out, but I do remember I got somewhere on the road, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital.
ati noneho nza kwikurura neza ndagenda ngera ahantu sinzi n'ukuntu nahageze atari ko baza kunjana mu bitaro nyuma.
I ended up passing out from like all the blood that I lost.
ati kubera amaraso nari navuye menshi ndahwera mu rubwenge.
In the hospital, that's when all the pain that you weren't feeling the night before all come back to you.
ngeze mu bitaro nico gihe uburibwe bwose ntigeze numva iryo joro ryose nibwo bwanjemo.
I stayed in Burundi which was where the genocide was happening for like 1 week in the hospital.
ati nagumye mu Burundi nk'icumweru cyose aho nyine hari habere genocide.
And then they moved me to Kenya for another 4 months. 4 months.
baza kunjana muri Kenya amezi 4.
And this whole time I was in a hospital back to back getting surgery, whether it was they were doing some stuff on my back for my burns or surgery for my leg.
ati noneho bakaza kumbaga cyane ahari babaga umugongo se cyangwa bari kubaga ukuguru aho nari nararashwe nyine.
I was in and out of surgery honestly until middle school, around the age of 13 when I got to America.
ati urumva nakomeje kubagwa cyane kugeza ngeze imyaka 13 ndi kurangiza ishuri ryo hagati.
I have medals in my leg until today.
ati n'ubu ngubu ndacafite amatije mu mubiri wanje mu
And the
kuguru
burn
kwanje.
marks.
ati and what?
The burn marks.
n'inkovu zo gusha.
So this year they wanted me to talk more about life after and how life is with the loss of my parents.
ndi kubona ndiho mvuga ku bijanye n'ubuzima.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I didn't write it in here, but my mom ended up dying on her way to go look for my brother.
ati noneho nibagiye kubivuga atari ko mama yapfuye igihe yaravuye kureba musaza wanje.
But what life is like with the loss of my parents, and it's hard.
ati ko ubuzima bumeze nyuma yo kubura ababyeyi ati mu by'ukuri burakomeye.
And it's a life
ubuzima
you don't imagine until it happened. Well, it's a life I didn't imagine until it happened to me.
ati n'ubuzima ntatekerezaga kugeza bimbayeho.
Randomly throughout my day, when I go do anything, I'll just like get random flashbacks.
ati rimwe na rimwe mu minsi yanje hari igihe ntaba nabitekereza ariko bigahita biza mu mitekerereze byahise.
I got to a point where I doubted my own life on why I survived and they didn't.
kugeza igihe byageze aho nshidikanya ku buzima bwanje mvuga ngo se niki catumye nje nsigara bo ntibasigara.
And even got to a point of wishing they were here and I died that night.
noneho nkifuza ko ari bo baba bakiriho ahubwo nje narapfuye iryo joro.
So that they were able to raise my brother.
kugira ngo babashe kurera musaza wanjye.
Something that I can say,
ibyo ndashobora kuvuga.
it's been 20 years, but I still have memories of them.
ati ibaye imyaka 20 ariko ndacagira inzibutso kuri bo.
The only thing I have of them is like 3 photos.
ikintu cyonyine mfite cyabo ni amafoto 3.
But I was fortunate enough to have a grandmother that took the role of both my mom and my dad.
ariko nabashe kugira umugisha wo gusigarana na kaka wabashe kuba mu mwanya wa papa na mama.
The trauma that we faced that night was everlasting.
ibyo twahuye nabyo muri iryo joro byabaye nk'ubuzima bwose.
When I got to America, I realized how much trauma I had and what trauma was because we didn't we don't know that in our community that much.
ati ngaze muri Amerika naje gusanga ikibazo ukuntu ari kinini kandi nsobanukirwa n'ico bita trauma carico kuko twebwe ibyo ntitwari tubizi.
I found myself waking up in the middle of the night scared, or I was able, oh, go ahead.
Ati rimwe na rimwe nkakanguka nijoro numva mfite ubwoba.
Or getting random flashbacks of the event.
Cyangwa nkongera nkibuka ibyabaye iryo joro.
And I was fortunate enough to get help. I did go to therapy when I got to America until I was like in high school.
Ati noneho mbasha kugira amahirwe yo kubona aba therapist kugeza mbashe kuja muri segondere.
Closing things off, I want to say that healing is possible.
Ati mu gufunga amajambo ndiho mvuga ndashaka kubabwira yuko gukira birashoboka.
It may not be easy, and it may not happen overnight.
Birashobora kuba bitoroshe kandi ntibizashobora wenda kuba mu ijoro rimwe.
But it is possible.
Atariko birashoboka.
Our past does not define us.
Akahise kacu siko gasobanura abo turi bo.
Some of those survivors who survived that night have went on and become mothers, fathers, got married, finished school, have kids, or even have grandchildren even now.
Bamwe muri abo twebwe twabashije gukira ubwo rupfu ubu ngubu n'ababyeyi barashatse bafite abana bafite amashuri barize.
I myself also was able to finish school.
Nanje ubwanje nabashije kurangiza amashuri.
I'm able to, which was hard to imagine before, walk.
Ati ubu ngubu ndabasha kugenda kandi sinumvaga nabishikira koko.
And I'm fortunate enough to have a good job.
Ati kandi mfite umugisha wo kuba mfite n'akazi.
Which is a life that I personally could not have imagined that night could happen to me.
Ati ibi ni ibintu mu by'ukuri iryo joro ntashoboraga gutekereza ko nshobora kuzabigeraho.
So, thank you.
Ati ndabashimiye.
Bagenzi banje barakoze barangije gutanga ubuhamya bwabo.
Thank you for my sisters to finish giving their testimonies.
Kandi ndashima Imana mu by'ukuri nitegereje abantu bose cyane cyane abacika cumu mbona bakomeye.
And I thank God that truly when I look on those ones who escape, I see they are more stronger.
Tujana nk'abacika cumu kugira ngo dutange ubuhamya.
We are here as survivors to give our testimonies.
Ariko turageza gucunguza uburyo umwanya kubera ko amasaha maragenda ari izindi gahunda.
But we are trying to redeem the time because we have other plans after now.
Rero ndagerageza kwihuta ndasoma ibyo nateguye wenda waza kubisummarizinga niba ari byo byiza.
Yes, he wants me to summarize what he's going to read because he already wrote down.
Yeah, nabiteguye mu Cyongereza ariko kanangira mu Kinyamurenge gake. Amazina nitwa Desire Rusengo. Ndi umuhungu wa Muyengeza, yarashaje yarishwe. Mfite ubuhamya burebure ntabwo butangira mu Gatumba gusa, butangira mbere. Ndi umugabo ndubatse mfite abana batatu n'umudamu. Ndetse n'umudamu wanje nawe afite ubuhamya we wenyine, kubibuka abandi banyamurenge bishwe biriya bice bya Baraka 13 bari muri Ebeneza. Papa we yararimo yitwa Gifota, pasiteri. Rero kanihute ndasoma ibyo nanditse kugira ngo ducunguze umwanya. It is a privilege to speak today before you. Come before you as a survivor of the Gatumba massacre, a horrifying event that forever changed my life and the lives of many who are with us today. It's a very painful memory to revisit, but I believe it is essential to tell the stories because we honor those we lost but we also shed light on the resilience and strength that have emerged from such a tragedy. I was asked to focus on the struggles I faced in the days and months following the genocide in Gatumba, and also to speak about some of the progress I've had and other survivors since the horrific massacre. But before, like I said, my story didn't begin in Gatumba. I was born in Kalemi and we lived in Vura. Of many of you know the story of what happened. Vura was attacked, an attack that targeted the Banyamulenge. It was then that I lost my father. I was only 8 years old, so I lost him when I was young. I barely have memories of him. Sadly, we don't have any pictures of him. But I do meet people who knew him, who lived with him. They tell me great stories about him. They tell me he was a humble person. He was a man of integrity, and he was a leader in his community. So, like I said, when Vura was attacked, people left Vura. We fled toward Kalemi and Kalemi to Uvira. Many of you know the story. But like I said, my father died and he was killed during the struggle that liberated the many thousands of people who were locked in schools and churches in Vura. So we embarked on a boat after Kalemi. We went to Uvira, where we stayed for another 5 years about. And another fear, another tension of war broke. Banyamulenge were getting killed in Bukavu, so words were going around that we were next. The Banyamulenge who were living in Uvira were to be next, to be killed. So we went to Gatumba. That's how the Banyamulenge in Uvira went to Gatumba. So at that time, I was living with my widowed mother, with my 4 brothers. I'm the oldest. Life has never been the same since we lost our father, so life was very difficult as my mom, struggled to make living for us, but forever grateful because she was able to put us through school like everyone else, and all. After I lost my father, I want to go back. I felt like I lost a piece of my world. That left a void that seemed to be impossible to fill. So growing up without him, especially facing some milestones without his guidance and learning to navigate life with sense of loss, I've always had a sense of loss in the background, just knowing that I didn't have him. So I'll go quickly of what happened. You've heard stories of what happened that night. I was in the camp myself. For what goes for my family, my mom, I was staying in a different tent. I was old enough not to, sleep with her, so I was sleeping with some other friends. But those who were with her, that is Mama Adele Kibasumba, who's president of Mahoro Peace Association. Mama, she's my grandparents in our family. She's a grandmother, Mama Jeanne. They tell me that she was shot earlier when the shooting started, and she was screaming and she was crying. She was asking for help because she was bleeding. And she was asking for someone to come and try to tie her so they can stop the bleeding. But how could anyone come out? Because a lot of people were already shot and others were trying to run. One of the witnesses told me that they heard her shout, and she said, "Mana we abana banje," which means, "Oh God, please help my children." So mom was sleeping with my other 3 brothers. Only one was able to escape. And I'm very privileged because he's here today with me. Life has some meaning because he stayed. And I'm forever grateful. So that night when I met my brother, I asked him a simple question. I said, "Where's everybody?" He replied and said he doesn't know. But I told him, "But you were with them." He said, "I don't know, but I ran." And he tells me that during his escape, when the tents were beginning to burn, as he got out, one of the killers tackled him. But thank God he didn't shoot him. He got up and ran again. But the next morning, everybody was heading back to the camp, and the camp was burning. It was a lot of smoke. Bodies had burned beyond recognition. My own mother couldn't recognize her, but I knew it was her because she was still in the same compartment, same area where we were living. She was there with one of my young brother, Ncuro, who also burned beyond recognition. My only other brother who died there didn't burn. And it appears to me that he tried to run, and he was able to run outside of the tent. He didn't burn, but sadly he was shot when he got outside of the tent. My brother showed me some bruises where he got kicked as he tried to run. But it is a privilege that I'm forever grateful for, to have him in my life. So on our fateful day, the world as I knew it shattered. The sounds of gunfire and explosions are forever etched in my mind. I witnessed the imaginable, friends and family members taken from us in a senseless act of violence. The chaos and fear were overwhelming. But amidst the horror, there were some moments of incredible courage and humanity. You've heard how the next morning people were being rescued and taken to a small hospital there in a local town. So surviving the massacre was only the beginning of a long journey. In the days and months that followed, I faced immense physical and emotional challenge. As I've told you, at that point I didn't have a mother or a father. So some other relatives had to come to take us. So emotionally we were very destroyed. And I also mentioned, I like to mention also how difficult it is because some of my other relatives who were coming to get us, I knew them vividly. But my life, with the situation that was going on, I was forced to go and live there. To me, a part of me felt like I was at a strange house. And for that, I'd like to recognize my uncle, Bienvenu, and his wife, Immaculée, who come and take me in, pull me through school, and were part of my life, my developing life after Gatumba. Some of the nights I felt very lost and lonely. I would cry. I was staying and sleeping with someone, I don't know, I think he must have heard me crying some of the nights. But I thank God that those moments now are coming to an end. Like I said, I'm a father, I have 3 kids, something that cheers me every day, something to live for. So the road to recovery was very difficult, like I said, but with support of my extended families and my community, I found strength to rebuild my life. Some of the kindness of strangers and the solidarity of our fellow survivors. Those became the pillars that supported me through the darkest time. As I began to heal, I realized the importance of speaking out. Sharing my testimony became a way to ensure that the world does not forget the atrocity that occurred to Banyamulenge in Gatumba. As we remember, we are reminded of the consequences of hatred and intolerance. And this is a call to action for peace and justice. The journey from victim to survivor has been transformative. It has taught me the power of resilience and the importance of being a community member. While the scars of the past remain, they serve as a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Today, I'm not just a survivor. I am an advocate for justice and peace, determined to honor the memories of those we lost in Gatumba. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and thank you to all the survivors for being here. Ndabasabiye ngo mukomere, Imana hazageraho izaturenganura. Murakoze.
I am going to interpret a very short words because he spoke in English, and that was the main thing that we wanted them to do. So his introductory, he said about his name, his parents, and he meant, Oh, no, the very first part that I wanted to mention, he started in Kinyamulenge. His introduction was in Kinyamulenge. So he mentioned how he's a survivor, but again, he has a wife who's a survivor as well. On the other side, the wife's father was killed in another area called Bibogobogo. So she's another survivor. That's what I wanted to tell you guys. Ndatekereza ko Ikinyamulenge wenda cyari kigendera cyane, ariko yavuze uwo ari we, ngo we baramubwiye ngo avuge ku bintu bijanye no kubaho nyuma y'ibibazo bagiye bagira. Aravuga ko yabuze ababyeyi, abura n'abavukanyi, ariko aza gusigarana n'umwe igihe byabaye, noneho bikamushimisha cyane kubona ari we wasigaye muri uwo mwanya. Avuga ukuntu nyuma yo kubura ababyeyi, hati yaraba bafite ababyeyi, ati n'urugendo rurerure kandi ruba rubabaje. Arongera aravuga ngo hariho ababaga bafite abavukanyi, noneho akumva ari muri mwisi y'irungu, akumva ari mwisi ya wenyine, akumva ari ahantu ari wenyine. Aravuga ati arasaba abantu bose kugira ngo bakomere, kuko Imana yabarinze izabana nabo. Numva ari nk'ibyo yavuze. Murakoze.
Thank you for your testimony. I know it's a very difficult thing to do, to recount the horrible memories that you still have in you, and having the courage to present it in front of these people. We are very thankful for your courage. We are going to welcome the singer for a short song before we introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Mageze kwirembo babambwe ku musaraba, yaje kudukora tubane mw'ijuru. Mwami, umwami ageze kwirembo abambwe ku musaraba, aje kudukoranya be tubane mw'ijuru. Kwirembo, 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 uwari kwirembo uko araje, Yesu araje kwirembo 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 wari kwirembo ngukwaraje saraje kandageze kwirembo ibyerekana kuza kwe biri utakuboneka agiye kutugabira kubaho ndihaza buri ntambara nta mahoro keretse Yesu atsendeho urufunika kwirembo 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 wari kwirembo uko araje Yesu araje ageze kwirembo 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 wari kwirembo uko araje saraje ageze kwirembo ihazabura ndihazabura intambara nta mahoro keretse Yesu atsendeho kwirembo 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 wari kwirembo uko araje Yesu araje kandi ageze kwirembo 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 wari kwirembo Yesu araje kandi ageze
Our next speaker is one of the heroes of this whole episode of tragic events in Gatumba. He took under his wings a number of orphans and survivors of Gatumba massacre. In him, we are going to hear a word of encouragement. We're going to hear a word of hope, not only to the survivors, but also to all of us. Please, let's welcome Pastor Ruben.
kubera umwanya mfite uko ungana ntabwo ari munini reka nsabe ibyo mvuga byose mbivuge madame ahagaze hano uko ibyo twakoreshejwe n'Imana twarabikoranye.
My wife to come and stand next to me because everything that we did it together.
Izina ryanje nitwa Ruben.
My name is Ruben.
Madame yitwa Murekatete.
My wife is Murekatete.
Naje ndi umucikacumu wo muri 68 gihe ca Murere nari mfite imyaka 4.
I am a survivor as well from 68. At the time of Mulele, I was 4 years old.
Ico gihe twabuze abavyeyi.
That's when we lost the parents.
Ariko Imana itegura abandi bo kuturera kandi baturera neza.
But God prepared other parents to raise us up, and then He did very good.
Ntabwo batureze turi nk'ikibazo cyangwa umutwaro Imana yabashizeho.
They did not raise us as a burden that God put on them.
Ariko batureze nk'abana babo.
But they raised us as their own children.
Kandi baratwigisha kuko bigishaga abana babo.
They let us go to study as they were doing to their own children.
Nubwo ico gikomere cari kihari.
Although we had that word.
Ariko uburyo twarezwe bwatumye kitatugiraho imbaraga cyane.
But the way we were raised because there's not to have any burden on that word much.
Biriya byo mu Gatumba bibaye.
When the Gatumba massacre happened.
Twari dutuye Bujumbura.
We were in Bujumbura.
Tuhageze.
When we reached the place.
Iyo sene yo muri 68 iragaruka.
That 68 sin came back in our mind.
Tumenya icatumye Imana idukiza ico gihe.
And we knew right away what caused God to keep us safe at the time.
Titwareba uburyo twari dufite.
We did not look any means we had.
Ariko dukurikira umutima, twumva umutima ufite ishaka ryo kugira ico yakora.
But we follow our hearts because our hearts had a zeal to do something.
Ndibuka ko twicaranye na madame muri chambre tubiganiraho.
I remember I sat in the bedroom with my wife to talk about it.
Iwe aracafite abavyeyi we bombi n'ubu ngo barabafite.
I know she still has her both parents still now.
Ariko ndamushimira uko kuntu nawe yabyumvishije cyane.
But I think how she was very supportive of the idea.
Tugafatikanya kugira ngo twugurure imiryango y'inzu yacu.
And we worked together to open doors of our house.
Dufata abo bana.
And raise these kids.
Imana ihabwe icubahiro.
May God be pleased.
Uriya mama Noella yabivuze.
The mother Noella just mentioned.
Yabivuze ngo twasigaye turi imbuto.
She said that we remained as a seed.
Imbuto bayiguhaye hari woyibonamo igiti woyibonamo ishamba cyangwa woyibona ko ari akantu kadasanzwe.
If somebody gives you a seed, you may see as a small, as a tree, or just a forest.
Ariko abo bana natwe twabonye nk'imbuto.
But these children, we received them as a seeds.
Twebwe twari tumeze gusa nk'abayaya.
You know, we were just like servants.
Ntabwo twabuze ibitotsi ngubwo dufite abana benshi bangana gutyo.
It did not cause us not to sleep because we have so many children.
N'impinja zari zibarimo.
Even the little babies that were among them.
Twabonye Imana muri bo.
We have seen God in them.
Ntabwo baturajije ku ijoro bahaye barira bagazanywa igikoma kamasinzira bugace.
They were not even crying at night time. They were drinking porridge and sleep all night long.
Mu buhamya ngiye gutanga.
And the testimony that I'm about to give.
Ndabanza kuvuga bukeya cyane kuri abo bana twareze.
I am just going to mention shortly to these kids we raised.
Sifa kwa Yesu.
Praise Jesus.
Ukuntu twabonye Imana muri bo.
How we've seen God through them.
Yesu yaravuze mu kanwa k'abana bato nabonka.
Jesus said in the mouth of young children the breast of
ngo Imana yabonye mwishimwe ritafite inenge.
God have found a holy praise.
Ntabwo twagize abaganga babyigiye kuza kubakurikirana kugira ngo bakiri hahamuka.
We didn't have doctors to come to help them so they can be well.
Ariko twabonye ijambo ry'Imana rikora.
But we've seen how the word of God was doing miracles.
Tukibafata.
After we received them in the house,
twabatoje kuba mu ijambo.
We trained them to remain in the word of God.
Atari twebwe tubigisha buri munsi.
Not only as teaching them daily.
Ariko tukabaha umwanya wo kubitekereza wo gusoma ijambo no kuritekereza kugira ngo nabo bagire ico barivugaho.
We were just giving them a chance to read the word of God and think about it and come share it to us.
Bagitangira byari bisa nibagoye.
You know, when they started, it was a little bit difficult for them.
ariko ndibuka amakarine twarahunze natwe muri 2015 tuvi Bujumbura nasize amakarine menshi ntabwo bigishaga ngo ndeke kwandika.
You know, I remember all the notebooks that I had. Every time when they preach on us, I will just take notes.
Ariko harimo bikeya nafashe nshaka kubabwira muri uyu mwanya bampaye.
But there are a few of them that I captured from those notebooks that I want to share with you on this time.
Hari umwana umwe nari nateguye nyine kuvuga ubutumwa.
There is one of the kids that I prepared to preach.
Murambabarira ndakoresha amajambo yakoresheje.
Forgive me, I'm going to use his own words.
Asoma muri Zaburi 68 umurongo wa 5.
He read Psalm 68 and verse 5.
Iravuga ngo Imana ituye mu buturo bwayo bwera.
Say God dwells in holy place.
Ngo ni se w'imfubyi.
He's the father of orphans.
Kandi n'umugabo w'abapfakazi.
And he's a man to the widows.
Amaze gusoma ayo majambo.
And after reading these words,
araduhindukiraho twari twicaye mu gitaramo aravuga ngo ayiwe.
He turned where we were sitting in a gathering. He said, "Oh,
ngo sikunguku ngo simana kuba yacu twenyine ngo abafite base na banyina bo baragira bate."
And they say, "Oh my God, now God is ours. How about those who have parents?"
Ngo mureke dufate umwanya wo kubasengera ngo dusanze Imana yamye yose yamihindukira mu ruhande rwacu.
And they say, "Let us take time to pray for them because we just see that God had turned to our side only."
Ayo majambo narayanditse kandi n'ubu ndacayibuka.
I wrote these words and I'm still remembering about them.
Kandi ivyo ni muri bintu bimwe byaza bigenda bikiza ihahamuka n'imitima yabo.
These are some of the words that were helping their hearts to be healed.
Undi mwana umunsi umwe nawe nateguje.
Another son that I prepared another day.
Arahaguruka asoma ijambo ryo mu migani.
He read the word of Proverbs.
Igice ca 17 umurongo wa 22.
17 verse 22.
Asoma no muri wa Filipi 4 no kuri 4.
And Philippians 4 verse 4.
Aravuga ngo umunezero w'Uwiteka ni umutukiza.
He said the joy of the Lord is a medication that heals.
Aho mpumva ijambo.
And I grabbed the word from there.
Nibwo twatangiye gusaba umwuka wera kugira ngo ikigo cacu kibe gihoremo atmosphere y'umunezero w'Imana.
That's when we started to ask the Holy Spirit for our field to fill with the joy
Aravuga
of
ngo
the Lord.
kutanezerwa ni nk'umuntu wikoreye amabuye.
Say if you're not rejoicing in God, you feel like somebody who's carrying stones.
Babihindura joke mu kigo bazabona umwana wavukanye nk'imigwi mibi bakavuga ngo se ayo mabuye wazindutse wikorera urayatura he.
And they made as a joke in the area. They were like, when they see one kid is down that day, they will say, "Hey, you just carrying the stone. Where did you grab them?"
Bituma ahora atmosphere abahageze barahabonye.
Until this changed to good atmosphere, and those who were able to visit, they saw it.
Undi mwana wa gatatu.
And the third kid.
Umunsi umwe nawe arahaguruka asoma mu gitabo ca Daniyeli.
One day he stood and read in the book of Daniel.
Aravuga ngo ndashaka kubaza ibibazo mbere yuko ngira ico mvuga.
And they say, "I want to ask you questions before I preach."
Wese cyagihe Imana yohereje Nebukadineza kurisha mu kibira ngo ninde wasigaye atwaye igihugu.
And then he asked, "Hey, what happened when God sent Nebuchadnezzar in a forest to eat grass like a cow? Who was leading the country?"
Ndaramusubiza ngo aratekereza ko ari Daniel kuko niwe ricegera cye.
Another one responded to him that I think it was Daniel because he was closer to him.
Aramubaza ngo none Daniel arabaza ngo none Daniel impunzi ngo ni gutageze kuri urwo rwego warugejejweho niki.
And then he asked another question. He said, "Hey, then Daniel, who was a refugee, how he reached that stage?"
Undi arasubiza ngo nuko yubahaga Imana.
Another one among of them responded, "It's because he was obeying
ngo
God."
niryo jambo ngiye kwigishaho.
And then he said, "That is a word that I'm about to preach about."
Nzane bukakajambo kamwe yavuze aravuga ngo nukuri.
I remember one word he said, "For surely,
ngo nitwubaha Imana mu buzima bwacu,
if we obey God in our lives,
ngo tuzoba bahambaye mu mahanga."
that will be amazing in
Ayo
other
majambo
places.
yankozeho kandi nayanditse.
And these words touched my heart and I wrote them down.
Imana ishimwe.
Praise God.
Ni menshi reka vuga uwa nyuma.
You know, there are so many, but let me just mention the last one that I...
Kuko murabizi ibigo ngibyo ikiba gihagaritse abantu umutima cyane n'ibyo kurya.
You know, some of those gatherings or those fields, what is worrying people much is about food.
N'uburyo nyine bwo kwiga.
and the way to study to go to school.
ndatekereza nk'uyu ngiye kuvuga niwe wigishije wa mbere.
I remember well this I am about to mention, he's the one who preached the first one.
iwe yasomye mu migani 19:23.
He read in Proverb 19:23.
iravuga ngo kubaha Uwiteka bitera ubugingo.
He said, obey God gives a life.
ngo kuko umwubashe ngo azarara haze.
For whom who honors him will be filled.
nijoro wahagarika nijoro akazikunda guhagarikira iminsi yose.
I was always leading the service.
yamaze kwigisha nama mbabwira nti kintu citwa inzara mwibagirwe ntayizoshika hano.
After he preached, I said, forget about hunger. Here we're not going to be hungry.
dukomeze gusa kubaha Uwiteka.
Just continue to obey God.
haba gukira mu mitima.
And the healing of our hearts happened.
tukabaha amadevuwari yo gutunga indirimbo nsha.
We were giving them the homeworks to compose songs.
bagasenga bahe basoma Bibiliya bandika indirimbo.
They will pray, read the Bible, and write songs.
hari indirimbo ya mbere banditse ivuga ngo umwana wanje baho.
There is a first song they wrote says that my kid live.
ziri ku YouTube bakeneye twozibohereza mu kumva amajambo ari muri izo ndirimbo.
We have the songs on YouTube. For those who need them, we can send to you guys. So
ubu duhaye tuvuga.
As we are speaking now,
turashimira Imana kubw'amahanga yuguruye imiryango yabo.
we thank God for the nation to open their doors.
Amerika n'ibindi bihugu.
USA and other countries as well.
abo bana ubu ngubu bamwe ni abagabo.
Now some of those children are men.
abandi ni abagore.
Others are women.
abandi bafite imirimo ikomeye.
Others have very important jobs.
hari umwe wampamagaye mu gitondo avuga ngo je sinashoboye kuza Phoenix.
One called me this morning and said I can't come to Phoenix.
ngo nagiye kuri graduation yanje ya masters.
That I am having master's graduation today.
ndanezerwa ndavuga ndi Imana uri Imana izirinde ijambo ryawe ukarisohoza.
I was filled with the joy. Say, Lord, you kept your word and you fulfill it.
twebwe ibyo twababwiraga cyane.
You know, us, what we focusedly told them,
byari byubakiye ku majambo nk'atatu.
it was built on 3 words.
ijambo rya mbere ni ukwatura neza.
First words would speak positive.
kuvuga neza.
Speaking positive.
kuko ijambo ry'Imana rivuga ngo mwigane Imana nk'abana ikunda.
Because the word of God says, imitate God as his beloved.
turashimira Imana ko twabonye imbuto yabyo.
We thank God that we've seen the fruits of it.
mu buryo hageze ahantu utokumva umwana atukana cyangwa avuga nabi.
To the point they reached a place no kids was cursing nobody.
habe n'abarezi babo.
Even their caretakers.
twigeze kuraza umushitsi.
We used to have a one
yaravuye muri Congo.
from Congo.
ngo tumubaze amakuru.
And when we ask the news,
aravuga ngo Congo.
say Congo.
ngo carapfuye kiriya gihugu ngo tikigikise.
This is a dead country, it will never be healed anymore.
akana gato gafite imyaka 7 kari kicaye iruhande rwacu.
The little kid who was sitting next to us, 7 years old,
kankoraho karavuga ngo papa.
touched me, say, Papa.
ngo uyu mugabo ntakijijwe mu kanwa.
He said, this man is not saved in the mouth.
do iryo jambo ryo kwatura neza ryari ryanyo ribacengera mu buryo baturaga neza kandi ubu barabikomeje.
You know, this positive talking was in their hearts where they
kandi ayo
be
majambo
sensitive when somebody
kama nyumva cyane kumbe rega gukizwa si mu mutima gusa no mu kanwa.
And I will just understand this more. I was like, you know, being saved is not just in the hearts, as the mouth as well.
ndashimira umwuka wera.
I thank the Holy Spirit.
kundazapanga ibintu neza.
How he lined things well.
zaburi ya mbere nabahaye yo gufata mu mutwe.
The first psalm that I gave them to hold in their mind,
ni zaburi ya 34.
it was Psalm 34.
hepfo
Below
haravuga ngo nimba ushaka ubugingo ugashaka no kubona iminsi myiza.
says that if you need a life and to see beautiful days,
nguzubuza ururimi rwawe kuvuga ibibi.
stop your tongue to speak bad.
Imana yari yerekanye muri kiriya kigo.
You know, God revealed himself in this area.
reka simbire kuri etape ya kabiri y'ibitangaza twiboneye n'amaso
Let
yawe.
me just go to the second phase of miracles that we noticed.
abo bantu mpaye mvuga ni abantu bavuye muri uriya munyota.
You know, these people that I'm talking about, they're the ones who came out of the ashes.
Imana igatangira kwiyerekana muri bo bavuga amajambo
And
y'igitangaza.
God started to reveal themselves speaking amazing words.
igitangaza cya mbere nabonye muri ico kigo.
A first miracle that I've seen in this area we were
bagiraga ibitanda biri superpose bamwe bakarara hejuru abandi munsi.
You know, they had a bank bed, some were sleeping on top, others under.
umunsi umwe bahaye bagira isuku.
And one day when they were cleaning,
umwana umwe w'umukobwa sinzi ukuntu yanyereye ari ku gitanda cyo hejuru abanza umutwe bena.
You know, one girl, she slid and then she fell on her back head.
atakaza ubwenge
And she lost conscience.
bahamagaye imodoka bamujanye ku
They
bitaro
called ambulance, they took her to the hospital.
baraduhamagara turi ahantu mu giterane
They called us in a gathering, a conference.
ngo naka arapfuye
They say, this person is dying now.
nari kumwe n'umurezi umwe twari twicaranye gutya
I was with one of the caretaker or somebody who was serving them.
abona nitabanye umutima uhagaze
I saw that I am replying with a heart that was burdened.
arankubita avuga ngo niki
And he was like, what is happening?
navuga ngo baravuze ngo naka arahwereye
And I told him that they just mentioned somebody lost conscience.
arambwira ngo ntahwaje
Say, no, it's not going nowhere.
naje nari ngifite telefone mvaye mvugana na wa wundi
I still had my phone speaking to the
ndamubwira
other
ngo
person.
ntahwaje
And I say, it's not going to die at all.
twama dusohoka mu giterane turagenda
And we just left from the conference.
ngo dushike ku bitaro nyine dusanga bamukuye mu gipimo ariko agihwereye
And then we found that they removed these machines, but he was still unconscious.
ariko ndagenda mufata ukuboko ndavuga ngo naka
I hold hands and
ngo
say,
ntahuja yitwa nyarwaka ntahuja
I say, Nyarwaka, you're not going nowhere. You're not dying at all.
ubwo namabona arahumuye
I saw her opening her eyes.
arabyuka aricara
She sat down.
turatahana
And we went together home.
n'ubu ni muzima
Even now she's still alive.
mumpera imana icubahiro
Glorify God for that. Hallelujah.
ariko murumva ijambo ryo kwizera ukundu uruhererekane rwayo yavuye muri wa murezi rinjamo rirakomeza none rizuye umuntu.
Can you imagine this fifth word that came from caregiver to me, and that person is getting resuscitated?
izindi ntayi zibiri ndangirizaho kuko iminota yanje ndiko ndabona igiye.
Two more testimonies that I'm going to conclude with to save my time.
ni ntayi y'undi mwana nawe wari warashwe hariya mu Gatumba.
It is another testimony for a child who was shot in a Gatumba.
urusasu muri krishe rwaze ruboneka ruri hafi y'umutima gutya.
And the bullet in a machine was showing close to the heart.
Imana ihumugisha abaganga bibujumbura baritanze bamwe bakoraga amanywa nijoro.
May God bless the medical team that was supporting them.
ariko ndibuka twageze muri ibyo bitaro
And I remember when we were in the hospital,
ngo batwereke iyo krishe
when they show us the image,
uwo mwana turamujana
we took the kid with us.
tumujana ku bindi bitaro.
We took the kid to another hospital.
wa mudokiteri nawe abonye ya krishe aravuga ati ibi byo birakomeye.
The other doctor seeing this image say, this is very hard.
tuzobera hano nkeretse bashaka uburyo bamujana.
There's no way this can happen here. Just find a way to transfer the person.
tumusigaho ku bitaro.
We left the child in
ngo buce
hospital.
tuzindukayo kuja kureba.
The morning earlier we went to visit.
dusanga bamwijije kandi kumupima.
We find they went to check again on her.
basanga rwa rusasu rwatibutse.
They found that the bullet fell
rwagiye bena.
that somewhere close to the hip.
Dogiteri yamubaze turaho.
The doctor operated her when we were
yamara
witnessing.
ukurayo bakaza barutwereka ngo
And
nguru.
remove the bullet, say, look, this is the bullet.
mumpera imana icubahiro.
Glorify God for me.
ubu ngubu narumvishe ngo ndaho no gushaka yarashatse basigaye batuye muri Canada.
Now he's even married. They live in Canada.
kubera kwatura neza no kuguma kubona ko ibintu byose bishoboka.
For the good, confessing, seeing that all things are possible.
hari undi mu mama ubu ngubu ari muri Hollande.
I have another woman who is in a Netherlands.
muri Hollande muri yari yarashwe ikibero cyose yitwa Ngerina.
They shot her thigh. Her name is Ngerina.
twashitse mu bitaro dusanga banditse umudokiteri yanditse ku gitanda kiwe ngo baraza kumucukugura saa 8.
When we went to hospital, doctor left a note say they will amputate her leg at 2 p.m.
kuko niko byagaragaraga.
That's how it was.
gufwa ryari ryashize pe.
The bone was very destroyed.
ngo dushike turamubaza tuti uko na ayo mano yose ndare hari nyeganyega.
And we ask her, none of the toys that are moving even a little bit.
anyeganyeza irino rikuru.
And she was able to move her big toe.
twebwe kubera nyine tutabyize tutazi uko bimeze.
For we didn't learn about it, we didn't
kandi
have
twari
idea.
tumeze nk'abahamuse natwe.
And we were like, the mind was not together.
nama mpamagara abahungu bamwe bari aho ngaho turamuterura tumushira mu modoka yanje.
I called some of the boys there. We picked her up in my car.
tumujana kuri ibyo bitaro.
And we took her to another hospital.
dushyize kuri ibyo bitaro tubwira dogiteri tuti reba uko ugira bari bavuze ngo bamucukuguru kandi ririya no rihari nyeganyega.
And then I told doctor, they just said they will amputate her leg, but one of the toes is still moving.
dogiteri nawe aramwinjiza aramupima
And the doctor put it outside the check,
anyicaza muri ofisi iwe arambwira ati pasiteri reka nkubwire
called me in the office, said, Pastor, let me just
No,
be
aho
open to you.
tugeze
The place we are now,
kuriya kuguru guce kwe
that
guce
leg must be
kariya
amputated.
ni akaneri gatoya kava muri serivo gahe gakora ku ino gusa
This is a very small now in a brain that is touching just the toe.
ntamubwira ndetse nta kundi wobaga ngo ushire mu icuma uhuze ahangaha n'ahangaha.
And I was like, is there any way that you can just operate and put something to replace the bone? Just,
ngo
try.
nobikora nk'uko ari umuntu wanyu ariko mubisinyiye
And they say, I can just do it because it's your person,
ariko
but you
birashobora
have to
kumuzanira
sign.
infection yotuma napfa
But this can bring the infection that can cause a death.
tupfa kumubaga.
I said, just do it for me.
Aramubaza
He operated her,
ashizemo icumu
and they put this
nyuma y'iminsi ibiri
metal. After 2 days,
ukuguru kwamba kungana gute
a leg was this big.
ngo shika arambwira ngo data we ngo reka baguce ngo nta kutagize ngo reka baguce.
He said, okay, please let them cut it because amputate the leg because you tried your best.
ngaho nyeganyeza ino
And I said, just move your toe again.
arasubira arenyeganyeza
And again, the toe was moved,
ndapfukama
and I knelt down.
turasengana nabo twari
I
kumuhanga.
pray with the people who were together at the moment.
Umunsi wakurikiye
And the following day,
haza umuntu wo muri HCR
a man from UNC
niho yari agishika avuye hanze w'agakecuru
just was a very old woman.
ayaca mu bitaro areba
She
bakomeretse
was just visiting people that were
ngo apfe
wounded.
gushika kuri icyo gitanda yamavuga ngo nyuma y'iminsi ibiri
After, when she reached the bed, he said, after 2 days,
ngo azoba ageze muri Hollande kuvurwa.
please send her to Netherlands to be treated.
bamye bamugirira ibyangombwa vuba
They did all the documents as fast
twari
as
tumurereye
possible.
n'akuzukuru k'agahinja kasizwe n'umukobwa we
And we were just taking care of the little granddaughter who was left by
bafata
daughter.
n'abandi barajana
They took so other family members, they went together.
bamuhitije mu bitaro
They put her in a hospital strip,
bakuramo ca cuma
they removed the metal,
bamushyiramo ikindi kintu ca
and they
plastique
put another plastic,
gikwega ya infection
and
yose
they pulled all infection,
ukuguru kumera neza
sucked all the infection, and the leg was healed.
amano yose atangira
And
kubuja
all the toes were moving.
bagikuramo icyo ngicyo cyakweze ya micafu
And they removed the plastic that sucked all the dirty things,
bashyiramo ikindi kigumamo
and they put another one permanently
kugeza n'uyu munsi
until now.
aragenda n'amaguru yiwe
She's
yombi.
walking with both feet.
sifa kwa Yesu
Praise
masihi.
Jesus.
mu
Hallelujah.
kurangiza rero
Concluding,
ni ukuri
truly,
ndashaka kubabwira ko imana irahari kandi twarayibonye muri ibi bintu.
I just tell you that God exists and we've seen him in this.
amahanga yaracecetse
Nations were quiet,
ariko imana ntiyacecetse.
but God never went quiet.
sifa kwa Yesu.
Praise Jesus.
mu bamwe biringira amagare abandi amafarasi
Some will believe they are shadows,
ariko twebweho
but us,
tuzovuga izina ry'uhoraho.
we will say the name of the mighty King.
uhoraho wabanye natwe
God who was with us,
ari kumwe natwe
he is with us,
kandi azahorana
and
natwe.
he will remain with us.
icubahiro cyose
May the
kibicima.
glory be back to him.
sifa kwa Yesu.
Praise the Lord.
nanezerewe kubona Noela.
I am so happy to see Noela.
Noela yarasa n'umuntu wahamutse.
She was very traumatized.
abandi amadosiye barayakoze baguma kuza ino
Other people did all the documents to try to come here.
ariko umunsi umwe turahura
But one day I met her.
cese wowe dosiye yawe gute
I was like, what about your case?
ngo ndabizi se
She's like, I don't know.
kaho nyine yataye aho ngaho
Like she's just, disappointed in her life.
turajana
And then we went together.
ngo dushike ntuyu nawe n'umunyagatumba nimumugirire vuba
And I was like, she's a Gatumba survivor. Do it as quickly as you
ariko
can.
tutazi kuko byoba bikibaye
We did not even know that we still have a chance. For
ariko mu
this to
gihe
happen.
gito
But in a short moment,
imana nawe iramwugururira.
God opened the door for
ubu ni
her.
umudamu ni mama naka.
Now she's a woman, she's a mother of the
iyo
children.
mani
That God,
mureke tuyinambeho.
let us continue to hold
Sifa
on
kwa
him.
Yesu Masihi.
Praise Jesus.
imana yo mu ijuru baho umugisha.
May God bless you.
iminota bambaye irashize karibu.
My time is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Your work and the good deed that you've done for us will Just a reminder that Pastor Ruben will be with us again tomorrow in tomorrow's afternoon service. I know we've spent some time sitting. Just a quick reminder, we have drinks around the room. Feel free to help yourselves if you feel thirsty. There are all stations around the room. The next speaker, we have a privilege to have among ourselves the representative of the Arizona Governor's Office. It is a privilege to have them with us, and we would like to welcome them for their remark. Thank you. I believe it's Alondra.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alondra Mora. I'm honored here today on behalf of Governor Hobbs. I want to take a moment to share my deepest condolences regarding the heartbreaking event of genocide in 2004, where 166 refugees lost their lives. This chapter of history serves as a reminder of the devastating impact of violence on communities. I encourage all of us to take a moment to honor the memory of those who lost their lives in the senseless act of violence. I want to acknowledge the resilience and courage of the survivors who, despite unimaginable hardships, have shown incredible strength in rebuilding their lives. Governor Hobbs recognizes the importance of highlighting voices of diversity communities whose stories often go unheard, shedding light on injustice. Thank you for granting me this opportunity to be here today. Let us honor this occasion with empathy and commitment to kindness. Thank you again so much.
Thank you so much. And please pass our gratitude to the Governor's Office. We are now going to introduce the representative of Mahoro Peace Association, an organization that incorporates all the Banyamulenge living in the United States. For this effect, I would like to welcome the representative of Mahoro Peace Association for a word. Thank you.
Mwiriwe. Nitwa Jadon Daruhuye, nkaba ndi Vice President w'umuryango Mahoro Peace Association. Ariko uyu munsi nkaba ndi kumwe n'abandi bayobozi b'umuryango mu rwego rwa federal, executive na board. Sinzi niba muri kunyumva neza. Muranyumva, murakoze cyane. Tukaba turi kumwe n'abandi bayobozi uyu munsi bari muri executive na board ya Mahoro, niba bashobora guhaguruka. Aba state representative baba bari hano bahaguruka. Bayoboye ama state yose ababashije kuboneka. Murakoze cyane. Turi hano kugira ngo twibuke abacu biciwe mu Gatumba. Umuyobozi mukuru wa Mahoro Peace Association, President Adel, ntabwo yabashije kuboneka uyu munsi kubera izindi nshingano umuryango ufite. Dufite Kwibuka no mu Bwongereza, United Kingdom, aho umuryango Mahoro Peace Association watumiwe ndetse wagize mu ruhare kugira ngo tuje kwibuka dushireho n'urwibutso rwa mbere rw'abacu bazize mu Gatumba. akazaba azakora urugendo aja mu Bwongereza muri Manchester gushiraho urwo rwibutso. Niyo mpamvu atari hano, ntiyari kuboneka hano ngo azaboneke no mu Bwongereza. Ijambo rya mbere, banyacubahiro muri hano, banyamurengekazi, nshuti zacu muteraniye hano. Uyu munsi turi kwibuka ku nshuro ya 20 abanyamurenge bicwa mu Gatumba, bicirwa mu maboko y'umuryango w'abibumbye. Imyaka 20 kabirangiye, nta butabera turabona, n'abakoze ibyaha batarabihanirwa. Mutekereze namwe niba tumaze imyaka 20 duharanira ubutabera bw'abanyabacu biciwe mu Gatumba, abiciwe Kinshasa, Kalemi, Lubumbashi, mu Bibogobogo, za Kirumba n'ahandi hose. Mutekereze ubuvugizi bwabyo ku buryo kibigoye duhora dusaba ubutabera bwabo n'ubuvugizi bwo kwicwa kw'abanyamurenge. Niba dushobora kumara imyaka 20 abanyamurenge bariciwe mu maboko y'umuryango w'abibumbye tutarabona ubutabera, namwe mubyibaze uburyo k'ibyo bintu bibabaje. Presence yacu hano nk'abanyamurenge kuza guhoza abacikacumu uyu munsi n'ahandi hose ku isi hazibukirwa izi nzirakarengane zazize uko zisa. Kuza kwicara hano bifite ibisobanuro byinshi. Imwe mu bisobanuro bifite nuko twaje guha abacikacumu ibitugu bagomba kuririraho, tukababwira mpore, tukababwira ngo muhumure, kandi koko bagomba guhumura. Bahumure kuko bashibutse. Ndetse na bimwe muri iki cyumweru hari amashami amwe yashibutse mu miryango y'abacikacumu. Turashima Imana kubw'ibyo. Umunyamurenge wese uri hano n'undi wese uzibuka muri kino gihe cyose ahari hose umunyamurenge azabari, ni amahirwe akomeye muha abacikacumu ndetse n'ubwoko muri rusange. Iyo Genocide yabaye, ubwicanyi ndengakamere nk'ubu bwabaye, haza hakurikiraho ibintu bibiri bikomeye: gushakisha ubutabera ari byo dukora, ndetse no gupfobya. Ngibyo ibintu bibiri biza bikurikira iyo Genocide yabaye cyangwa ubwicanyi ndengakamere. Muri no myaka 20 yari ishize, ntabwo twigeze tubona gupfobya kwabayeho, ariko ubwo kwatangiye kubaho, ubwo nabwo tuzamenya uburyo ki tuzarwana iyo ntambara. Ariko munyemerere tuvuge ku kintu kijanye n'ubutabera tuharanira buri munsi. Ico Mahoro Peace Association twabashije gukora hano muri Amerika ndetse n'ahandi hose, abanyamurenge amamitualite abanyamurenge bari ku isi babumbiye muri za gakondo. Mahoro Peace Association twifuje yuko kandi turubigeraho ko kwibuka bitagomba guharirwa abacikacumu. Kwibuka tubishyira mu maboko y'abanyamurenge hose ku isi kandi bigerwaho. Umunyamurenge umucikacumu ubu ngubu afite ibitugu ashobora kuririraho kandi ubwoko bwe bukaza kumuhoza. Mahoro Peace Association hamwe na GRSF twabashe kugera kuri icyo kintu ku buryo aho abanyamurenge bose batoye hose ku isi bibuka ino Genocide twakorewe mu Gatumba. Kandi rero inyito ntabwo tuyihabwa nk'akado. Inyito y'uwawe wayishwe ni wowe uyitanga. Ubwicanyi bwabaye bwitwa Genocide. Bwitwa Genocide kubera iki? Kubera ko inkambi y'abanyamurenge aho yari n'iyandi moko metero 100 gusa niyo yari batandukanyije. Abanyamurenge bicwa gusa ko ari abanyamurenge uko dusa. Rero iki gikorwa twicaye hano cyitwa Genocide kandi kizahora cibukwa gutyo. Rero kuba umunyamurenge ashobora kwibuka buno bwicanyi twakorewe ku isi hose ku bufatanye na GRSF n'amahoro ndetse n'izindi mitualite, ubu ngubu kwibuka nuko abanyamurenge. Ikindi cyakozwe nuko ubushobozi bwose butangwa mu kwibuka ndetse n'ubuvugizi bwose bw'izirakarengane Mahoro Peace Association irabitanga byose 100%. Ni gikorwa buri mwaka. Ikindi twabashe gukora initiative yo gushakisha abanyamategeko ndetse Maître Innocent ari hano ari buze gutanga ama procedure n'ibindi byose byakozwe kugira ngo ubutabera bwa Gatumba bw'abacu bapfuye mu Gatumba buboneke. Mahoro yagize uruhare rukomeye kugira ngo iyo initiative ibeho, ubutabera butangire bukore bushakishwe. Mu myaka 20 ishize, hashize imyaka 4 gusa aribwo dutangiye gushakisha ubutabera bw'abantu bacu biciwe mu Gatumba. Ni igikorwa gikomeye kandi kimaze kugerwaho, kandi tukaba dushimiye ku bufatanye na GRSF bikomeye na leadership ya Mama Nyasezerano. Ico nifuza rero kuvuga uyu munsi, ubutabera turi guharanira uyu munsi ni ubutabera dushobora kugeraho tukiriho, cyangwa se ubutabera dushobora kuzageraho tutakiriho. Nizo tuzaba tutakiriho, ni ukuvuga ngo abana bacu bazaharanira buno butabera kugeza busohoye. Ibyo ni garanti dusezeraniriza abanyamurenge bose ku isi yuko kugezaho umunyamurenge ubutabera buzasohorera turiho cyangwa se tutakiriho. Ndashimira abacikacumu abarokotse iriya genocide. Hari umuntu wavuze ngo iyo umwanzi wawe agutsinze ukamuhindukirira umwenyura, uburyohe bw'intsinzi ye burabura. Intsinzi ye ibadiriwe, intsinzi yiwe ntayicelebra kubera ko atabonye ubabara. Turashimira abarokotse bavunjije, bambuye intsinzi umwanzi kugira ngo atatwishima hejuru. Mwumvise ubuhamya batanze ko hari umwe utaje uyu munsi kubera afite graduation ya masters. Bariyubatse mu rwego rwa education, biyubaka ku rwego rw'ubukungu, biyubaka mu buryo bwose buri holistic. Mubahe amashi abicaye hano. Ico kintu cyahumurije ubwoko bw'abanyamurenge muri rusange, abacikacumu babashe kwiyubaka. Ikindi nshaka gushimira ni kijanye na leadership ya GRSF. Reka nsabe Mama Nyasezerano ahaguruke. Mumumpera amashi. Ibyo bikorwa byose mwumvise Mahoro yagezeho kugira ngo ikino kintu kibe cy'ubwoko ca community byakozwe muri leadership ya Mama Nyasezerano, ndetse n'ibikorwa byose byagiye bikorwa byagezweho n'ubutabera tutangiye kugeraho, tutangiye kugera mu nkiko. Yarakoze cyane ku bufatanye n'imiryango y'abanyamurenge y'amamituality yose ku isi. Mahoro cyangwa se Kwibuka GRSF hano muri Amerika, byavuye muri Amerika bigera mu mamituality yose, Europe, Canada, Australia, Afrika yose, ibihugu byose biribuka ubwicanyi twakoreye mu Gatumba kubera ubufatanye yakoranye n'andi mamituality y'abanyamurenge. Warakoze cyane. Soza banyacyubahiro bari hano mwese n'abanyamurenge muri rusange n'inshuti zacu, nubwo turi kwibuka ubwicanyi twakoreye mu Gatumba uyu munsi, ntabwo turi kwirengagiza impfu abanyamurenge bari kwicwa uyu munsi. Bishwe mu gihe cyashize, n'uyu munsi baracarimo bapfa. Aho umunyamurenge yicwa cyagiro ubibazwa, umunyamurenge agatwikwa akaribwa, umubiri wiwe ukaribwa, cyagiro ubibazwa. Ibyo biri kuba mu maso y'isi, aho umuntu azira kubera gusa faciès tutsi, kubera uko nk'uko dusa gusa. Isi gaceceka. Guhera muri 2017 abanyamurenge batangiye kumeneshwa no kwicwa kugeza n'uyu munsi. Inka zabo zigera mu 500 bimaze kunyagwa, imihana yabo igera muri 387 imaze gutwikwa, abantu amagana bamaze kwicwa, abandi bamaze kumeneshwa mu bihugu bitandukanye, bamaze kuba impunzi. Amahanga aracecetse. Ntabwo tuzaceceka kugeza something happen. Guhangana niba ari cyo kintu umuntu bashobora kuzira kugira ngo duhangane, kugira ngo tubone ubutabera bwacu, ibyo bizakomeza bikorwe. Kandi namwe murabibona yuko tukiri batoya, turacafite imyaka yo guhangana kugira ngo tubone ubutabera bwacu. Tukaba dusaba umuryango mpuzamahanga, tukaba dusaba akarere kwita ku kibazo cy'umunyamurenge n'umututsi muri Kongo. ukirimo wicwa icyabaye mu Gatumba n'ubundi kirahagarara ariko turetizera neza yuko hazabaho ubutabera nitutabona ubutabera hano mu isi turizera n'ubutabera bw'Imana murakoze cyane.
Thank you, Jado, for your word. In trying to summarize what he just said for the non-speakers of our language, the president or the representative or the president of Mahoro Association tried to highlight the current situation of Banyamulenge that is going on as we speak. He tried to highlight the fact that despite the ongoing hatred and killings of Banyamulenge, we still have not had any justice yet. He recognized some of the leadership of the Gatumba Massacre Refugee Foundation for their efforts in trying to get about the justice that they deserve. He also mentioned that they will not stop until that justice is gained. It is in the same spirit of seeking justice that we are going to introduce our next speakers. This is a group of lawyers that have been working on Gatumba case. These lawyers are currently being managed, or they have a team that they're currently working under, which is headed by Dominic Inchespe. He is an advocate, he's a lawyer in Paris. Unfortunately, he could not make it today here, but if technology allows us, we will be able to hear from him directly from Paris. And if not, he is accompanied by Maître Innocent Ziliayo. He is the founding and active member of the Collectif des Avocats des Partis Civils, a group acting in support of victims of human rights violation in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo against Banyamulenge, Hema, and Tutsis. He represents them in justice processes. He is the coordinator of Gatumba Justice Project, advocating for justice on behalf of Gatumba genocide survivors. He also formerly worked as a public prosecutor in Rwanda. He is interested in justice for human rights violation for minority communities. Without delays, let me introduce Maître Innocent, and we'll try to get Dominic online if we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Arakoze umuyobozi wa gahunda kutwakira. Nanje nishimiye kuba hano imbere y'aba bantu bangana gutya. Nishema n'iteka rinini kubona mbahagaze imbere. Birantera ishema n'umwaka umishize twari kumwe. Nkaba nshimira Joseph gufatanya n'amahoro ku mikoranire myiza bahorana komeza gukoresha imbaraga zabo bafite mu kubaka iki gikorwa. Ntabwo mvuga amagambo menshi kuko bambwiye ko dufite indi session iza gukurikiraho nyuma ariyo tuganiramo ibibazo bitandukanye, processes y'inzira y'ubutabera, imbogamizi kuva ubwicanyi bubaye ndetse n'ibyo tugezeho. Turaza kubikora muri session ikurikiyeho. Rero ni mu tabigarutseho cyane nimugire ngo twabyirengagisha. Nyakubahwa Vice President, banyakubahwa abayobozi ba Mahoro Peace Association, Bajara Chef, banyamuryango ba Mahoro Peace Association, abashitsi bacu bari hano, nongeye kubakira mu kakanya kugira ngo tubashe kuganira. Urupfu ubundi ntabwo ari icyaha gupfa, n'uwapfuye ntabwo yakagombye kugira izindi ngaruka. Ariko kwicwa uzira ko waremwe cyangwa se kwicwa mu bundi buryo ari bwo bwose ni icyaha. Abemera Imana twizera ko inzira y'urupfu ariyo izatugeza mu ijuru, ariko ntabwo twizera kwicwa. Ariyo mpamvu mubona duterana hano kugira ngo twibuke, ari inzira imwe yo gushaka ubutabera. Abantu bibaza impamvu twibuka, akenshi ntibabone igisubizo. Bamwe bakabona ko ari ukwiteza intimba, abenshi bakabona ko ari ugushinyagura. Ariko kwibuka nibwo buryo bwonyine duhesha icyubahiro abacu badusize bazira uko baremwe. Kwibuka ni inzira y'ubutabera. Kwibuka nibyo bitanga amateka kugira ngo abana bavuka n'abandi bakiri bato n'isi kugira ngo bamenye ibyabaye ntibikongere kuba. Rero ntitugacishwe kwibuka kubera ko ari ingenzi. Nshuti bari hano Banyamurenge n'inshuti, uyu munsi imitima yacu yuzuye intimba, amaso yuzuye amarira, ntidufite gihoza. Umunyamurenge wese uri hano mu buryo bwo bundi bwose, umubajije amateka ye wasanga ari umucikacumu. Nubwo tubihuriza muri Gatumba, ariko nibwo buryo bwonyine duhuriramo twese kugira ngo tubashe gutekereza ibyatubayeho, dutekereze n'ibyo turimo uyu munsi. Ntabwo twashobora kugira ngo buri munsi wose evenema yose yabaye tuyigirire umunsi mukuru nk'uyu, ariko uyu munsi nibyo nahita ko ariyo kera baza bita roundabout cyangwa se rompwe duhurizamo akarengane k'Abanyamurenge. Rero tugomba twese kubiha agaciro. Bacikacumu bari hano mwese, uburyo bwose mwacitse ku icumu, isi dufitiye umwenda, Uburundi budufitiye umwenda, Kongo idufitiye umwenda w'ubutabera. Ariko uwo mwenda iyo twibuka, akenshi twiyubaka kubera ko abacikacumu bari hano mwumvise ubuhamya bwabo, bubatse ingo, abandi bafite ama PhD, abandi n'abakozi mu mirimo itandukanye. Ibyo ni intambwe ikomeye igaragaza ko batigeze baheranwa n'agahinda, ahubwo bakomeje kwibuka biyubaka. Ku minsi 13 ubwo abagizi ba nabi baje kurimbura Abanyamurenge, ariko umugambi ni wari utangiye uwo munsi. Umugambi wabanjirije muri Kongo mu gihugu bacamavuko bakomokamo. Umugambi urakurikiranwa, nyuma y'amezi 2 bamaze guhunga babasanga aho bahungiye mu gihugu cy'ubuhungiro, aho bashatse kuba barinzwe, bahunze nta ufite n'akanyafu, nta ufite, ari abantu baba vulnerable. Ariko abanzi barabakurikira ku bufatanye, imitwe y'Abanyekongo bene wacu dusangiye nationalité, barimo abasirikare ba Kongo, harimo intera hamwe zakoze Genocide mu Rwanda, ndetse n'ababyemereye FNL yobewe na Gatorwasa. Ibyo ni ibintu byakorewe ubushakashatsi mu maraporo menshi y'imiryango ikomeye ya Nations Unies, Conseil de Sécurité yarabivuze, isi yose iravyamagana. Umunsi byabaye isi yose yaragurutse iravuga ngo aya ni amahano, aya ni amarorerwa, aba bantu bakorewe aka gashinyaguro bagomba guhabwa ubutabera. Ariko hashize imyaka 20 y'akarengane no kudahabwa ubutabera, ariko ntituzigera duceceka. Muri iyo myaka 20 abantu bibaza impamvu twacecetse, ubutabera butabonetse. Ariko hari byinshi byakozwe. Nagize amahirwe mu byo nagiye mu byo gukurikirana, mbaza abantu batandukanye barimo mu bayobozi bari hano n'abandi batari hano, icyo bakoze, icyo twagombye gukora, bagaragaza inzira zakozwe zose kugira ngo inzego zagombye kuduha ubutabera n'imbogamizi bagize, ariko ntitwigeze ducika intege. Ariko muri ico gihe cyose abantu twari twizeye ko nyina w'isi cyangwa ise w'isi ariyo nasyozini yavuze ko abakoze amahano bagomba gukurikiranwa arico yakora. Kongo igihugu twakomokagamo dutegereze ko arico yakora. Uburundi ubutaka baguyeho dutegereje ko arico bakora. Abantu bakibata si imyaka 200 kubera iki mwategereje. Abantu bari gutegereza ico cizere. Ariko ku bufatanye bw'abanyamurenge shimira cyane umuryango wanyu wa Mahoro Peace Association uyobowe na Madame Adele Kibasumba, uruhare runini mwagize muri ibi bikorwa guhera mu za collectif des avocats byo twashizeho guhera mu 2017 mu za mwirego twagiye turega n'ubufatanye bw'indimi za mutualité cyane cyane kuri iki cy'uyu munsi Mahoro Peace Association yagize mu ruhare rukomeye kugira ngo dufatanye gushaka abanyamategeko b'umwuga kugira ngo uyu munsi tube twatanze ibirego. Muri make rero turabashimira abanyamuryango ba hano, ntabwo dushimira, turabashimira mu izina ry'umuyobozi wanyu mukuru, ariko uruhare rwanyu rwatumye dushaka abanyamategeko b'umwuga. Uwo bavuze witwa Dominique Nshospe n'umunyamategeko utuye Paris waje kunganira ibikorwa byari byarakozwe na Maître Bernard Menge mwigeze kubona za hano kufatanya na Maître Jean Paul Shaka muzi hano. Bose dushimira uruhare rwabo n'abandi banyamategeko b'abanyamurenge uruhare bagize. Muri make rero abo banyamategeko bacu bose hamwe twagiye inama hamwe duha Nshospe ububasha kugira ngo abashe gukurikirana iyo dosiye. Icyo twagezeho uyu munsi twabashije gutanga ibirego mu bihugu bitandukanye. Nyuma y'iperereza twakoze twakoranye n'abacikacumu ndetse n'indi miryango itandukanye kuduha ubuhamya, twabashije gutanga ibirego mu gihugu cy'u Burundi kongera kubitanga nubwo byari byaramenyeshejwe ubwicanyi. Turongera dutanga ibirego duteganya no kurega leta kubera ko itigeze irengera abari bayihungiyeho. Twatanze ibirego i Bukavu mu gihugu cya Kongo kuko ukuntu batanga ibirego biterwa n'abakoze icyaha aho bakomoka cyangwa se n'uburyo bagikoze dushingiye ku mategeko ubwo tutari buze gusobanura nonaha. Nabyo byarakiriwe ibyo birego mu Burundi, muri Kongo, mu Burundi, kongera gutanga ibirego mu Rwanda kuko harimo intera hamwe nazo kuko za raporo na za enquête zibigaragaza. Kuko iyo urebye statement ya Kofi Annan ubwe akiri perezida wa Nations Unies yaravuze ngo ubu bwicanyi bwakozwe ku bufatanye bw'ingabo za Kongo, FNL ndetse n'intera hamwe zari mu Rwanda. Rero tugomba gufatanya twese kugira ngo abantu bashikirizwe inkiko. Aba bantu bose twabashikirije inkiko twabatanze ilahe mu rukiko rwa ICC nk'uko tubivugwa, nabyo barabyakiriye tunamenyesha Conseil de sécurité ko bagomba kugira icyo bakora. Rero inzira y'ubutabera ni ndende ntabwo yoroshe, ntitugomba gucika intege. Ubu twicaye muri iyi sale tubona ko ari amahoro, ariko muze mwibuka ko muri iki gihugu hari abaharaniye kugira ngo uyu munsi abirabura n'abazungu bicarane. Nta kindi cyabahaye ubwo burenganzira, ni inzira y'ubutabera baganye. Abacamanza barahaguruka bafata ibyemezo baravuga ngo uzongera gukora iki kintu azahanwa. Mureke rero dufashire imbaraga twese mu bufatanye, twese twirwaneho dushaka ubutabera, tuzabe mu gihugu cyacu muri Kongo tutavangurwa, tukicwa tuzira uko twaremye. Kuba hano muri iki gihugu urebe no mu mihanda ni amategeko, ni inzira itoroshe ariko ni inzira yonyine ishobora gutanga kubana neza mu mahoro. Rero bacikacumu muri hano turabizi neza ko bamwe basa nkaho barambiwe, niyo kenshi tubahamagaye tubashakaho ubuhamya bavuga ati ibyo mukora ntituzumva, twararambiwe, twararushe. Birumvikana imitima yarakomeretse, depression zose, ariko mureke dufatanye twese kugira ngo dushake ubwo butabera. Abana bakomeye b'impfubyi bakomeje kwiyongera, bavuka mu bacikacumu, babujijwe amahirwe yo kubona abasekuru, babujijwe amahirwe yo kubona abavandimwe babo. Ariko abanyamurenge turi kumwe twese dufatanye kugira ngo tuzabe mu gihugu cyacu tutari impunzi mu buryo bw'amahoro. Buri muntu wese afite icyo yakora rero. buri muntu wese uri hano umve ko ufite umwenda kuri iyi nzira y'ubutabera. Hari icyo wakora kugira ngo abacikacumu babeho. Mu byakozwe rero muri za advocacy ni byinshi. Abacikacumu mu gufatanya abacikacumu imiryango ya gakondo ndetse n'amahoro, turi kumwe hano, niyo kunda yavuga kubera ko turi kumwe hano nabo ariyo twakiriye. Habayeho muri advocacy kubwira za Nations Unies, aba MP n'abandi batandukanye, abadepite ngo bagakora amapetition. Ndibuka mu Bwongereza imyaka 2 ishize parlement yabo yakoze petition kuri ubwicanyi bwa Gatumba. Uyu munsi ndababwira ko nyuma y'intambara nyinshi y'abapfobya y'abasenya urwibutso rwa Gatumba, uyu munsi dufite amahirwe mu Bwongereza ko tugiye kubona ibuye ry'ubwibutso rizaba rihoho ya mazina yose mwumvishe basomye hano mu mujyi wa Manchester. Tubashishikariza ko tuzaza kuritaha twese, kuko tumaze iminsi turi mu ntambara i Burundi batubwira ngo ntitugomba kuja kwibuka, ntitugomba gushira indabo kumva z'abacu. Mboneyeho no gusaba kugira ngo abafite imbaraga bose, turi kumwe n'abayobozi bacu hano bo muri Kongo, twifuza ko tuzajana imirambo yacu, imva zacu mu imurenge tukazishingura aho tuzatuzigeraho tudafite kwikandagira. Rero nshuti muri hano, bavandimwe banyamurenge muri hano, reka nsoze mbashimira ku butumire bwanyu, nihanganisha abacikacumu, shimira n'intambwe imaze guterwa mu rwego rwo kwibuka bene wacu. Isi yose uyu munsi iradushigikiye, abanyamurenge ku isi yose baribuka. Tuzakomeza twibuke iki cyumweru n'ikizakurikiraho birakomeje. Rero abibaza ngo ese uyu munsi ku tariki 10 kubera iki, murabizi hari ibibazo byinshi, turi mu bihugu bifite izindi mbogamizi nyinshi, twagombye kubikora ku tariki 13, ariko umuhango nyamukuru uzubera i Burundi kandi uzaba ku tariki 13. Nkaba mbihanganisha mbabwira ngo mukomeze, turi kumwe, kandi inzira y'ubutabera tuzayigeraho ntarwisari. Imana ibaho umugisha. Murakoze. Nari gutambutsa abayobozi babiri hano kugira ngo mbahe SP na Jado mu izina rya Mahoro. Hari amakizo de reception ya dossier twareze kugira ngo abazajaho muze mukurikirana iba amadossier. Rero mbase mutambuke hano, mbaborere gatoya. SP na Jado ndetse bari guhagurutsa n'umukuru wa board, ariko executive irahari, tukaba dushimiye ko muhari. Ayi dossier ni rimwe amakizo de reception cyangwa se ibimenyetso bigaragaza ko twareze. Mu gihe SP cyangwa se Jado batakiri mu buyobozi, muzabishikirize abandi bayobozi kugira ngo follow up ibeho. Tugomba kira follow up ya buri munsi kugira ngo ubutabera buzaho, ntibigomba kurangirira, dukomeze twandike twibutsa. Rero ngiyi dossier yanyu mwakazi mwakoze, murakoze cyane.
Thank you so much, Innocent. Unfortunately, we could not get hold of his colleague, but we are so much grateful for his work. Now it is time to hear our keynote speaker. But to introduce him, I would like to invite Dr. Kaniki up on stage. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Freddie Kaniki, and I would like to say that I'm very, very humbled today to be here to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the Gatumba massacre. Many of us, almost all of us, remember that night it's still playing in our mind like it was yesterday that it happened. We are also here to remind the world that we are still dying, not because of something we did or because we are guilty of something, but because of who we are. And it's in the 21st century that that's happening. I feel especially privileged to be alive. I feel, can you hear me? Good, okay. I feel especially privileged to be alive. Not just because as human being, it's a privilege to be alive, but because those who look like me have a very low chance of survival. It looks like we have been labeled to be killed. And so being alive, it feels a much more privilege. There are so many places that we cannot go in this world, in our region. And in those places, to look like me is a sin. And it warrants a death penalty. We did not die just in Gatumba. We died before that, and we continue to die. And yet, until today, the world is silently watching. Without further ado, at this 20th anniversary of the Gatumba massacre, it's a great honor to introduce a distinguished leader whose work has profoundly impacted the world. His Excellency Azarias Ruberwa, who is a renowned figure in global diplomacy and humanitarian efforts. He is a key player in shaping the future of his home country, our country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. His leadership and commitment to social justice has earned him international recognition. His contributions span range of fields including politics, peace building, community development, and a strong and unwavering dedication to improving the lives of his countrymen. His Excellency Ruberwa is a lawyer by training who served his country in many capacities, including but not limited to being the Vice President of the DRC from 2003 to 2006, being a Minister of State in charge of decentralization and institution reforms from 2006 to 2011, and continuing after that. He has been an interim Minister of Justice and Transportation in the capacity, in these various capacities. He participated and negotiated the Treaty of Rome that implemented the International Code of International Criminal Court. He is he serves and served on global boards of trustees for many organizations, including the International Leadership Foundation in Orlando, Florida, where he serves on the global board, but also he's in charge or the chairman of the African board of the same organization. He's on the global board of African Forum of Religion and Government. He is a former board member of the Mercy Ship. It's an organization, a very prestigious organization. He served there for 8 years and was the first African to ever serve on this board. He has so many deeds and so many things on his belt, but let me just say that today we have the privilege of hearing from someone whose vision and efforts continue to inspire and impact the world. It's my privilege to welcome His Excellency Azarias Ruberwa.
Mwiriweho mose. Uyu munsi duhuriye hano turi benshi, amaso yanje ko arareba hirya no hino kugeza biri epfo, bikantangaza cyane kubona ukuntu iki gikorwa cyakwitabirwa n'abantu bangana batya, ariko kandi cyakorerwa mu isuku ringana ritya. Mu buryo bumwe n'ubundi, urebye rya joro ryo mu Gatumba ndetse n'umunsi wakurikiyeho igihe twahambaga abantu, ukareba n'iyi sale turimo, wahamya kimwe na Daniel mwavugaga pasteur, kuko Imana ari zigenga amateka. Dieu est le maître de temps et de circonstances. Icyo ciki rero ahangaha nshatse kubaganiriza kubera yuko natumiwe kuza kuri uyu munsi hashize imyaka 20 kugira ngo tubane hano muri uyu munsi, ariko kuri nje bisobanuye byinshi cyane. Yego sinari mu nkambi rya joro, ariko kandi nasaga n'urimo, kuko mu bantu bamwe twiriranywe ku manywa kuri hotel na nabakiriye ni delegation twarimo tuje gucura abantu. Bukeye bwaho twaraye Bukavu dutashe twujuje gutaha kw'impunzi. Igihe twagarutse nasanze bamwe mu bo twari twatandukanye umunsi wari watambutse, indumbi zabo ziraho ngaho. Murumva mu buryo bumwe n'ubundi ndasa n'uwari ubarimo, ndetse ndibuka turi Bujumbura hari igitekerezo nagize cyo kuja mu nkambi. Mugabo twari ko muri Nord Kivu angira inama ati reka tureke gufata iyo risk, bishoboke ko nagendagayo kagoromberezayo, wenda ibyo byari no kuhansanga. Iyo ntekereje ibintu byabaye mu Gatumba n'uburemere bwabyo, mwakoze neza abavandimwe, abana bacu batanze ubuhamya bukomeye cyane n'abandi batashoboye kuvuga. Nibwira ko ririya joro n'uriya munsi ari mu minsi mibi ku isi wenda umuntu azahura nayo. Birashoboka ko nta wundi munsi mubi w'umwijima w'umubabaro uzanganira mu Gatumba. Reka nshimire abadutumiye, Madame Présidente, mwakoze neza cyane gutekereza kudutumira. Nshimire n'abandi mufatikanya abamambara ba komite exécutif ya Fondation Gatumba, abamambara ba board cyangwa se yo conseil d'administration ko tubivuga, abamambara ba board na exécutif mu nzego zose federal no ma eta ba Mahoro Peace Association. Mwakoze neza gutekereza kudutumira kuri uyu munsi w'urwibutso imyaka 20 ishize. Mvuye muri Congo, mbese ntuye muri Congo izi minsi ndi hano. Congo nico gihugu cyacu murabizi, hano turi mu gihugu kitari cyakavukira. Rero kubana namwe hano bisobanuye ibintu byinshi cyane. Sinje nyine, ni kimwe n'abacu bari Kinshasa, Igoma, Lubumbashi, Bukavu, mu misozi wacu n'ahandi hose ku isi. Byabaye byiza ko tuza ngo dufatikanye bwa mbere hashize iyi minsi ingana gutya. Hari abashitsi twabonye hano, ndibwira ko harura gusobanura mu Cyongereza. Nabo turabashimiye, umuntu wa represente ibiro bya gouverneur n'abandi bantu bose. Hari abavuze mbere yacu, ari abavoka nka Innocent cyangwa se Maître Dominique Menge, Jean Paul n'abandi bakurikirana iki kibazo bugufi. Abo bose twishimiye kubana nabo muri uyu munsi. Amakuru yo mu Gatumba ndagenda nyagarukaho. Ikiganiro canje kirafata umwanya w'ibyabaye, umwanya w'ibihari n'umwanya w'ibizoza. Dore ko byagenze wenda kubana batoya batazi ibintu. Twari Kinshasa muri guverinoma, je nari muri guverinoma. Nari mfite umwanya mu myanya ikomeye, nabwo bwa mbere mu gihugu cyacu umuntu wo mu bwoko bwacu yagize uwo mwanya. Hari kubw'ubuntu bw'Imana, nibirya ijambo ry'Imana rivuga ngo ikura umuntu ku cyavu ikamwicaza hamwe n'ibikomangoma. Havuka ibibazo, kuko ibibazo turabisanganywe. Wakwandika amateka nta mwanya uhari, yavuga ukuntu ibibazo bya mbere twagiye duhura nabyo ku basogokuruza mu gihe bageze muri kiriya gihugu, byabaye bimwe byo kurwana n'inyamaswa. Il fallait dominer igihugu, kudominer comment dirais-je, les défis naturels. Inyamaswa ziryana, il fallait kuzidominer kugira ngo babone ukuntu batura hari. Nyuma nanone habaye ibindi bibazo by'abamahina tuza tubyumva. Umwami w'abariya bapfurero tubana, abantu bacu bahangana nawe bikomeye cyane. Haje kuba izindi ntambara zagiye ziba muri Murere. Navutse muri 64, ndibwira ko ari ubwicanyi bwa mbere bugana ubwoko bwabaye. Mfite imyaka 60 muri uku kwezi. Murumva ko kuvuka muri Murere kugeza uyu munsi nibirya Yakobo yavuze ko iminsi yiwe yabaye mike kandi ba mibi. ariko hagati yaho tugenda tugira intwari zirimo abantu nk'abamushishi turabizi n'abandi benshi hagiye haba imanza nyinshi henshi abashefu nk'abantu bo Minembwe tuzi ba Karojo ba Mitabu bagereza kurwana ku bwoko uburyo bukomeye cyane ariko n'indondo yo hagati ibubembe cyangwa se mu bibogobogo n'indondo zibuvira no mu Rurambo niko Imana yagiye yegura abantu mu gihe cyabo barwana intambara zikomeye zo kugira ngo ubwoko bubeho kugeza uyu munsi dushobora guhamya birya Samuel yavuze ko Ebenezer kugeza uyu munsi Imana yaraturokoye haje kuba intambara zikomeye zo mu rundi rwego rwa politiki bashaka kutwima ubwene gihugu haza ibibazo by'ingutu bikomeye cyane habaga umugabo tuzahora twibuka Gisaro Muhoza Imana iramuzamura imuheza ububasha bukomeye cyane akiri wenyine ahangana mu by'amategeko n'abari bahari ico gihe cya Mobutu akora ibintu bitazibagirana kandi twese abatambutse n'abahari ubu tugenda muri nyayo ziwe cyangwa se mu mapa yiwe ibyo byose ko ndabivugira kugira ngo dukangurire abasore generasiyo yacu isigaranye imyaka mike nimbari myinshi mugani Bibiliya ni imyaka 80 donc imyaka 20 ariko nyuma yaho mwebwe muteraniye n'abandi bataraha umenye ko buri gihe cyose Imana yagiye izamura abantu bakarwana intambara z'ico gihe turacari ko tuzirwana hamwe namwe ubu ariko igihe tutazaba tugihari muzabe muri abagabo n'abagore bo guhagarara kuko mwabigaragaje uyu munsi n'ibyahavugiwe aha ngaha byo guhagarara ku bwoko kugira ngo tutazarimbuka kandi nyine ntituzarimbuka ivile ya PHEONIX usomye amateka yayo bivugwa kuko mu myaka 300 mbere ya Yesu yigeze ku bwoko ugize ubushakashatsi wabubona bwabayeho ariko bigeraho imyaka igihumbi irenze ubwoko mysterieusement mwibanga burashira buribagirana ni ibintu wasoma ariko ubwoko bwacu bw'abanyamurenge buzagumaho buzahoraho buzakomera kubera Imana ariko kubera natwe ubwacu gufatikanye nyuma Gisaro simbitindaho habaye abandi bagabo Imana imujanye abantu bari yunamiriye ndibuka nari umwana funzi ikalemi twari mu nzira tuja muri byura biravugwa ku radio tugenda tubabaye cyane ariko haba ikiriyo twagendanye imyaka myinshi byaje gusaba imyaka 16 kugira ngo tubone undi muntu uja mu rwego national muri institution uyagiye muri guverinoma ariko hagati yaho nanone Imana iguma gufasha abandi bari bahari ni ba Mutambo ni ba Rugama n'abandi benshi ntavuga hari abarwanya intambara mu makampus ikinshasa hari abandi bahuye n'ibindi bibazo bamutwi buvira barukenurwa ifizi abantu barakora babaho bigoye muri iyo myaka yose ukuye muri Murere haje gupfa abandi bantu henshi kuri Kirumba Ikabera mu Rweba mu Kamanyura Imbujimayi Irubumbashi Ikinshasa Ikamina n'ahandi n'ahandi suko abo mvuze ari bo bapfuye gusa duhora dupfusha ababyeyi mu rupfu rusanzwe ariko aho mvuze ni ahantu hapfiriye abantu bacu bazira uko dusa uko Imana yaturemye. En fait abantu batwica ni ngaho bakondana Imana kuba yaraturemye uko dusa, bakabona icyaha mu Mana bati ni kuki bari abantu babaremye basa kuriye, reka tubamareho. Mbese iyo batwishe muri ubu buryo si genocide gusa baba bakoze, ariko baba bakosheye, baba bacumuye no ku Mana. Iyi date yo mu Gatumba ya le 13 twagaruye kuri le 10 kubera impamvu zasobanuwe. Ni date ni umunsi ukubiyemo izo mpfu zose navuze, niko tugomba kubifata. Sina abantu bapfirimbuje imayi bafata date igihe bapfuye, Irubumbashi nuko, mu Rweba nuko n'ahandi. Ariko byabaye ngombwa ribwira kuko turi mu bambere batangije iyi commemoration i Kinshasa muri 2005 umwaka wa mbere ushize. Byabaye ngombwa ko haba idate imwe ku isi. Mu nda y'iyo date hakuyemo ari amadate yandi yose. Mu gihe twibuka abantu bapfuye mu Gatumba uyu munsi, muze mwibuka n'abari abandi bose bapfuye bazira uko Imana yaturemye. Ibyo navugaga bisubiyeho buke, nuko noneho muri iyo gouvernement biba ngombwa ko haboneka mission, nije wari ukuriye iyo commission yo gucura impunzi. Urabona ko abakongomani bari muri biriya bihugu byose 9 by'imbibi duhanye imbibi, dufata decision muri gouvernement. Ariko kubera nyine kuko yarinje wari ubishinzwe, mpitamo kuvuga ngo dutangirire mu gihugu cy'u Rwanda ci Burundi kugira ngo impunzi zihari zizatahe z'abakongomani barimo bene wacu, noneho bizakomeza ahandi. Kubera impamvu y'urupfu rwo mu Gatumba, iyo programme yo gucura impunzi zose mwumve consequence yari yafashwe ico gihe, kugeza uyu munsi yarapfuye irahagarara. Ntabwo Kongo yigeze yongera gucura impunzi kuko byari byatangiye. Donc habaye des conséquences, des dommages collatéraux bikora no kuzindi mpunzi. Noneho dufashe urugenzi, nari à la tête y'idélégation nini, tugera mu Rwanda tuganira n'abayobozi baho, ariko tugenda n'Icyangugu. Twasanze ba Dr. Unyambo n'abandi benshi bari bahungiye. Abayobozi b'u Rwanda batwemerera kuko abantu bagiye gutaha. Tujumvikanaho, tubyemeza nabo bacu baje no gutaha, ngo tuve mu Rwanda tuje Burundi, dufata indege tuje Burundi, ngo dushike duhura na President Bazize, turamusobanurira, nije wari uyoboye delegation, tumubwira ko abantu bacu bagomba gutaha. Tugirana inama umwanya muremure, hanyuma arabitwemerera. Abo bantu twahuye kuri hotel kwari uguplanifier abantu baje Buvira kuja guhura n'abandi, mbese kuja gutegura. Mu gihe twumvikanye tumaze kuzuza, bagendaga bukeye bwaho, nibwira ko barimo n'abagabo nk'aba Musafiri. Twasubiye Bukavu, mission accomplie. Ibihugu byombi bya mbere byemeye kuko abantu bacu bagiye gutaha, tujujujeho kandi dufasha amadate yuko abantu bagomba gusubiraho. Twageze Bukavu ni saa 9 za après-midi, 3h de l'après-midi, ngo dushike ku kibuga, tuja muri ville, turaryama, mbese turatarama, ngo habe mu isa 5 z'ijoro. Mwumve ibibazo bitaza byibagirana mu buzima bw'umuntu. Mu isa 5 z'ijoro umuntu witwaga Buki yarayoboye, yari komando wa force terrestre, ingabo zo ku butaka bwa Kongo, arambamagara arambwira ati bene wanyu ko barabatwika ubu nyine ko barashe uvuze gute arabimpamiriza novuga gute murirwa uburyo complètement hari igihe amaraso asa nagiye guhagarara urumva si uko nari umunyamurenge gusa ariko nari n'umuyobozi muri guverinoma wari urangije mission yo gucura abantu mu kanya gato nari nahamagawe n'umuvandimwe munyamahoro Banoge sinzi ko araha tugira umwanya duhe tuganira noneho baza kwegera abantu batuye Bujumbura baza kwegera neza aho abantu babe bahira nje ubwanje ndi umudimu wo kumva amajwi y'abana bahaye bashya bamiriza n'abantu bakuru narabitegereye ku telefone n'ubu byanze kumva mu matwi Banoge twari twariganye Minembwe nibiki ati abantu bashize ibintu bimeze nabi cyane sinababesha ngo twasuye kurya mu gitondo kare tuzinduka i Bujumbura twakirwa n'abayobozi baho bituma tuja mu nkambi directement twavuye muri airport yo mu nkambi tugeze mu nkambi n'agahuma munwa pe sanga abantu bashiririye si ugusha gusa ni ugushirira hari abantu bamwe namenye bamwe twari kumwe la veille ni kuri umuntu asha agapfa ariko agasigaza agace kamwe umumenyeraho nk'Abanoge plutôt pas Banoge bigugi ngo ntera intambwe mbona mukuru wacu umwe pasteur Ndereya Ndakanirwa banamuvuze hano aho hari abantu nari nzi muri byura n'ahantu nagendereye cyane baminyati bagasunguru bavugaga isi isa n'icuza umwijima tubura uko tugira turashoberwa j'ai réalisé l'impuissance de l'homme waba uzamutse ufite ubushobozi waba wegeranye n'abantu muvukana kuko tuvukana twese ariko ukagera ahantu mu buzima ureba ko umuntu ntawe nta mbaraga afite umuntu ntawubaho kuko yabagaho ibyo ntibiba byarabaye soit twari kubibuza soit twari kubazura ariko turababura baba amakara baba umuyonga baba ibiti duhaye tubabona dutera none tuti ishano rirabaye ndibuka twagiye mu bitaro tuzunguruka ibyo bitaro bavugaga harimo abana wenda ariko hari abakuru bo kwibuka ko nabagezeho bitaro bya Prince Jean Charles ariko ni dispensaire yari haruguru hari hanateye n'ubwoba hari mu bantu barebaga abantu nabi nageze mu bitaro mbona akana k'amezi 3 kacitse ukuboko batemye n'umupanga yari afite agace ku kuboko ndashakisha n'ubu uwo mwana ahwaba ngo nzamuvugishe cyangwa mugereho cyangwa se mukomeze karakana gato cyane bebe w'amazi ni ku muntu yabivuga icyasigaye kwabaye kugira umupango wo guhamba abantu no kubaseza kubashingura muribuka niyo maserike bahoze berekana hariya perezida w'Urundi yari ahari twari duhari abantu badusanganye bava Kinshasa bene wacu ariko n'abantu ba guverinoma bandi u Rwanda rwohereje ministre w'Interieur n'abandi havugwa amadisikuru akomeye. Imwe nibuka nuko uwari representante w'u Burundi, umugore w'umuzungukazi wa Nations Unies, wa representante wa secrétaire de Nations Unies, effectivement kuko mwabivuze, yavuze yihanukira kuko ntibishoboka ngo hazabe impunité, bagomba guhana aba bantu. Havuga ibintu bikomeye cyane. Natwe twese twari tuzi ngo niyo tubuza abantu, ariko ubutabera buraza bukurikira nécessairement n'ubushobozi twari dufite. Umugore naje guhura nawe mu masansere hano New York hashize iminsi, wari representant spécial wa secrétaire général wa Nations Unies ico gihe wa PHEONIX. Mpura nawe turanamenyana, turaramukanya. Naringiye muri ibyo bya lobbying nyine by'amadoshe nkaya, ariko ndibwira ko kuva i Burundi kugeza uwo munsi yambonye agombe kuba atarongeye kwibuka na kiriya kibazo. Kuko umuntu umwe yabivuze, isi muzamubona ntigira imbabazi pe. Tutirwanyeho ngo dukore igishoboka cyose kizima, isi ntigira imbabazi. Yabareka mukagenda muhonongera umwe kugeza murangiye. Bikavuga ngo iki gihugu hariya hantu higeze ku bwoko bumwe bwari buteye gutya, ariko bwarashize. Yego kabakristo ntitwibagiwe ko Imana ari zitanga ubuzima, ariko hari uruhare rwacu nk'abantu tutagomba kuneglisha. Tutarukoze hari igihe twakwibagira, ariko kubera yuko turi conscient turukora bizatungana. Noneho iyo sene yo mu Gatumba twapfushije ababyeyi baba bana bacu bavugaga, bavuze amagambo akomeye cyane yo ku mutima. Imana ibahumurize, Imana ibahumurize mwebwe, ndaco canzanye, ariko ihumurize n'abandi batavuze. Muze mwicara mwibwire ngo niyo mwahuye n'ibintu bingana kuriye, ariko mufite ubwoko mukomokamo bubakunda, n'abatazobageraho yewe n'abatazabaho kuboko umunsi umwe, ariko muzemenya ngo Imana yabahaye ubwoko bubakunda, bubitaho, buzabarwanaho mu gihe gishoboka n'igihe kidashoboka. Muhumurike kubimenya, timukaze mwikanga ngo mwikandagire, ariko muzemenya kuko hari abantu babafite ku mutima. Ibyo bibakomeze rwose. Ibya justice twagerageje kubikurikirana n'abacu duturanye Kinshasa. Je ndibuka nje nyine mbwira aba procureur babiri, ndibwira ko uyu hari n'uwa gatatu mu biro baje Kinshasa. Gareton wa mbere n'uriya mudamu muri Gambi wakurikiye, tubingingiriza kuvuga ngo dore bari abantu mu gupfa hariya bapfuye bari mu nkambi ya HCR. Protection yabo yari Nations Unies. Alors mwebwe muri Cour pénale internationale yo guca imanza muri Cour ya Nations Unies, ni mufatike ikibazo ni mugikurikirana tako tutagize. Uwa mbere akaza sinarimwe si kabiri, imanda igashira akagenda. N'uwa kabiri nuko hari naho twigeze no guhura mu rugenzi ukuye kuzi Kinshasa. Byagezeho tugera mu Burundi, tugira plainte irakurikiranwa muri parquet y'u Burundi, parquet général de la République, contre Rwasa na Pasteur Habima. Idosiye irafungurwa, dufata avoka, ico gihe hagize iminsi myinshi. hanyuma handikwa manda damene yo kuzana Rwasa. Byarabaye baragenda bagiye kumufata ngo bashike Rwasa abayamenya makuru, aracika ava mu nzu iwe arahunga. Yagize iminsi atari ariko kubera ibibazo bya politiki yaje kugaruka, bamuremera immunité kudakorwaho, aje muri parlement, ibintu birakomera kubera yuko hari inyungu za politiki bari bamukeneyemo bituma adafungwa kugeza uyu munsi. Ariko ubutegetsi buzabihinduka. Twizere ko umunsi umwe Uburundi n'aya maplainte yabaye renouvelé buzamufata ari we ari Habimana, ariko n'ahandi henshi iwacu muri Kongo. Muri Kongo twarabigerageje cyane. Urumva abantu bagiye gutera bari bavuye muri Plaine de la Ruzizi, bari bavuye muri Kongo. Yego bari benshi n'abarundi n'interahamwe, ariko niho bari bavuye. Kubera nanone inyungu za politike byatumye bitaba kugeza uyu munsi. Urumva twagerageje izo nzira, ariko nshatse gufelicite abacu bakomeje, kuko ibyo narayenganiriye na Innocent bigaragaza neza ko hari icyizere. Birasa n'ibyashibutse, abantu bashobora kwizera ko mu minsi iri imbere bazacirwa imanza. Si abarundi gusa, abantu bose babikoze, ari abakongomani ari abanyarwanda. Ikibazo cy'ubutabera ni ikibazo gitwara iminsi. Muzamubona abayahudi kugeza n'ubu baracagenda bashakisha abantu bicanye les années 40 yabaye genocide yabo. Donc bakiriho batarapfa, nico bita crime imprescriptible. Bakurikiranwa kugeza bashaje. No kuvuga ngo ubushake ndi buhaguma bizagezaho no mu busaza bw'ababikoze bafatwa bagacirwa urubanza. Genocide ni ikintu gikomeye cyane. Genocide iyo abantu bayise genocide ibyabaye mu Gatumba, hari igihe abantu bamwe bazabibwira ngo ko barakabye. Ese iriya nyine ni genocide? Hapfuye abantu bangahe kuvuga ngo bayite genocide? Oya, kwita ibintu rero mu Gatumba genocide ntabwo ari inkabya nkuru, pas du tout. Je nabaye mu bantu banegosiye itraité itegeko ryashinze Cour pénale internationale. Ubwo nari directeur de cabinet ministère ya affaires étrangères, tumwa Rome, nije wasomye discours mu rwego rw'igihugu, tugenda tugira nitwe twagize definition nari mbarimo. Iyo ufashe caractéristique y'ibintu byabaye mu Gatumba kimwe ku kindi, usanga byeneje exactement définition ya genocide. Exactement. Tibisabye umubare w'abantu, ariko l'élément déterminant ni ukuvuga ngo aba bantu si accident bishe, si indwara ibishe, si nkuba ibakubise, ariko habaye umugambi, hacuzwe umugambi wo kubamaraho, pas nécessairement ubwoko bwose, ariko bo kubamaraho kubera yuko ari abantu basa gutya, bameze gutya, bateye gutya. Iyo niyo genocide. Buriya ababembe bavuze amazina yabo, buriya bwoko tubana nabo barapfuye, ariko gupfa kwabo hariya, kandi turasaba ngo Imana nabibahumurize, byabaye accident. Bariya bishwe na accident, ni kuko babaga ko bari mu modoka bagapfa. Nuko bisanze mu mwanya mubi, ahantu habi, hamwe n'abantu bitwaga babi, nico cyatumye bapfa. Ariko abagiriwe umupango wo kwicwa, wo gushiraho, ni twebwe n'abanyamurenge zanibwira ngo iyo bari abantu bakoze biriye petete n'ababatumye kubikora iyo baje kugira ubushobozi bwo kuva wa munsi ryajoro ngo abanyamurenge bose twese babe bari munsi y'aya mahema ryajoro bari kubica ntambabazi niko bimeze iyo bagira ubushobozi ngo wa mujinya bwa burakare irya intention méchante bakoranye ntiyari yo kugira n'umuntu n'umwe usimbuka byarashobokaga ko badukubiye hamwe twese batwica ngiyo jenoside igira izina buri jenoside igira izina jenoside y'aba armenien muva ukuntu abantu ba Turki bahora barwana no kuvuga ngo bayemere kubera yuko bo bayikoze ariko irahaba haba jenoside y'abayahudi hari jenoside y'abatutsi bo mu Rwanda hariho jenoside y'abanyamurenge bapfire mu Gatumba mu Burundi iyo uvuga jenoside uzuyita izina ryayo tutarageraho muri memoire tuyita izina suko ari ikintu ciza cyo kuyitirira ariko no kugira ngo mu gihe cyose tuyise izina kurya yitwa bidukangure muri conscience zacu igituma duhura nkuku bagabo bagore abaturuta abo tungana barumuna bacu abana bacu n'ibintu bibiri ni ukugira ngo twibuke duhore twibuka ibyatubayeho mu mateka yacu ariko ikindi ni ukugira ngo tuafirme determination yacu yo kutazashira sinzi ko dukurikirana kimwe ni ukwibuka ibyabaye uriya mubabaro wa rya joro ikindi ni ukugira ngo tuve hano twujuje nibura mu mitima ko biriya bintu bigomba gushiraho bigomba kuzarangira tukabaho nk'abandi bantu utagenda muri bus cyangwa mu muhanda uzi ngo wenda uyu munsi baranyica papaske nakoze iki niki icyaha ariko kubera yuko bahaye bambona ukonse iyo volonté ubwo bushake iyo determination ni ikintu tugomba kwigisha n'abana bacu n'abuzukuru bacu igihe cyose ikibazo nuko biriya bintu byabaye mu Gatumba twavuze kuko hari abapfuye mbere yaho twavuze kuko hari abapfuriye munsi ariko hari n'ikindi giteye ubwoba noneho ni notion ya genocide continuelle ikomeza umuntu yakwihangana akabati iyaba nibura byaragarukiye aho ngaho twari kubijere gutyo muri ubwo buryo ikibazo dufite nuko ubwicanyi bugana uko dusa nuko twavutse nuko twaremwe bukomeje yewe wenda nibyo ntabasuye kwica abantu bangana kuriya guza uyu munsi kandi ntibikongere kuba ariko abantu bagenda bapfa umwe bazira uko baremwe reba impfu zimwe zibabaje ku rupfu rwa Major Kamizobe uvifizi ni umusirikare ahereje umukuru wiwe ugiye kwivuza Buvira bari mu modoka n'abandi basirikare bageze mu Rweba bamuvanyemo imodoka irakomeje yababo imodoka irakomeje Buvira bamutayaho baramufashe bamuteye amabuye baramutwitse baramuriye isibona kumugaragara ariko kugeza n'uyu munsi nta enquête yabaye nta rubanza rwabaye ivyo bintu babikorera umuntu batamwise inyamaswa, batamufashe nk'aho ari suzome, igice cy'umuntu. Kabiri keza cyangwa se kabiri kabi, habaye ikalima muri Manyema, aho hambere ni muri Sud Kivu iwacu. Undi witwa Ntayoberwa, umusore mwiza w'umucuruzi, baramufashe ku mugaragaro muri centre ville, hafi y'parti politique, ibiro byayo byari bihari. Baramufashe rya joro sinasinziriye kuko abandi bari kumwe bari bahunze baja mu bihuru, bita mu bihuru. Noneho barampamagara, bari banatatanye, ngerageza gushaka guverineri w'Imanyema, yaragenda ijoro ryose kuko ubwo bwari kuvuga ngo nabo mu gitondo niba bafata barakora bya bindi. Wa musore umeze kurya baramutwika nabi cyane, ndetse mu buryo bataye intumbaho. Umunsi ukurikira nibwo baje kumutwika mu bintu bimeze nabi. Aho ni Manyema kandi Kivu ni iwacu, navuze Sud Kivu. Uwo bakora ibyo iminsi mike babikorera Ntayoberwa, bamaze kubikora Kamizobe, burya bahoze babikorera ni njewe nawe bahoze babikorera. Kuko iyo nja kuba ari njuhari cyangwa wewe uri muri sala, ni kurya baragutwitse bakagutera amabuye bakakurya. Hari ikintu Bibiliya yita Sainte Colère, umujinya wera. Hari igihe tugomba kugira uburakari bwera vis-à-vis kibi gisa n'ico kabisa, titugire compromission iyo ari yo yose, kuko survie y'ubwoko iri aho ngaho. Kabiri kandi haje kuza lieutenant Kabongo, noneho Igoma muri Nord Kivu, avuye kuri etat major atahutse, ageze muri quartier ye bamuzi ngo batangire kumwamiriza no kumujujubya no kumufata. Umushefu w'ikartera we atariko uyu muhungu usumwa na Munyamurenge ntimumuzi ko duturanye hano. Barabihinyura, baramufata, bamutera amabuye, baramutwika. Ibyo ni ibintu biteye ubwoba cyane. Babivuze abavuze mbere, kuva 2017 2017 kugeza uyu munsi twahuye n'ibibazo bidasanzwe muri kiriya gihugu. Hari igihe ndondogora, nimubona ntinze muze mu nyaka mikoro nta kibazo, ndababarira rwose cyangwa se mumbabarire. Noneho habaye abantu bagiye inama, baravuga ngo ni nkaho bavuze ngo kwica umwe ntaco bimaze, noneho reka dukore iyi plan tubarandure. Barayuzuza bayishira mu bikorwa. Effectivement hazi ibitero, harimo kwica kuko hari abapfuye, ariko harimo n'ikindi gisumba, niko umuntu yavuga, kuko mupfusha abantu bamwe mugasigara mu gihugu biracari ko bifite gisobanuro, mwakibyariramwe abandi kagomba kubicanya, ariko babaranduye bakabavana mu gihugu. C'est fini, c'est fini. Batanze statistique abantu bapfuye, inka zanyazwe. Mutabizi kiriya gice cy'iwacu kuva mu Rurambo kugeza za Rogezi gutyo, narenga iyo basuhuriraga ziriya nka za hariya, umubare w'inka wa hariya muri Kongo yose mu baturage nitwe twari dufite inka nyinshi ku bandi bantu bose. Handi wasanga umuntu ufite ferme inka 10,000, abatunzi b'amaferme, ariko ku bwoko n'ubundi nitwe twari dufite inka kurusha abandi bose. Bazimaraho, batwika amazu, batwika ibitaro, batwika amakanisa, batwika imirima. Icyare gisikiye niki? Ese Umunyamurenge bamutwaye inka ze bagatwika imirima bagatwika amashuri y'abana n'ibitaro yagira gute bari bazi ngo necessairement baraturandura tubane hari byaranabaye mu buryo abantu basigaye hariya ruguru afite ni mu Rurambo ni mu Mikenke ni mu Minembwe dore ko mibunda yose yasenyutse no mu Bibogobogo abantu bake cyane on estime ku ipursa 10 cyangwa ipursa 15 z'abantu basigaye hariya timwumva ko bari bagiye kubigeraho ariko Imana dusenga Imana muza musenga n'akazi kaba kakozwe irafasha hasigara rest yambuto mwavugaga pasteur yayivuze hasigara rest agaci inciki abandi bari Burundi mu nkambi abandi bari mu Rwanda abandi bari muri Uganda abandi bari muri Kenya abandi muri Tanzania i Buraya hano Canada n'ahandi ibihugu byose turabishimiye rwose kuko byakingwa imiryango yabo kuma kutwakira kugeza uyu munsi habaye abantu batanze amaraso yabo baravuga ati uko biri kose nanone ntacu duhe dukiza aho kuvuga ngo bazababaza ngo abantu babaga basaga gute reka twebwe twitange nimba ari ugupfa dupfe baranapfa ibyo bintu ni ibintu byo kuzirikana twagira kubushanya kundi ariko ikintu cyose cyatugiriye akamaro kuba tukiri muri kiriya gihugu ni ikintu cyo kuzirikana icyo mwakoze Mahoro Peace Association wadukuye mu isoni kuko kugira capacité yo kumobilize abanyamurenge bari muri Amerika yego n'ahandi bagiye bakora ariko muri mfura mu bakora kugira ngo bari abantu babone ico barya babone ico bambara babone imiti bavuza abantu basigaye mu gihugu ikintu gikomeye cyane gikomeye pe byari byiza n'ibirya bya Yosefu byo kuvuga ngo mwe mwaraje ino niyo bitumvikanaga ni nka kuvuga ngo mu yisi hekera kiwacu bagazavuga kera ariko byari byiza ko muba muhari kugira ngo bari abantu bavuye bo mu Turambo kugeza plutôt mu Rurambo n'igihe bari muri plaine abantu bamwe bake bo kunondo zibuvira abantu bo Mikenke bo mu Minembwe bo mu Bibogobogo babone ico barya babone ihuzu babone imiti Imana itazikiranirwa izahora ibibukira ivyo bintu n'umuntu wese watanze urufaranga rwiwe wenda arira ati bankutuyeho ni kwacu bavugaga urufaranga nari nsigaranye umenye kuko wakontribuye kugira ngo abantu bagume babe muri kiriya gihugu tugume tucitirirwe n'amahanga amenye ko tutashizeho iriya niyo adresse yacu twese ngiriya adresse yacu twese byo mwakoze ni byiza cyane kandi muzakomeze timugacobore rwose madame presidente ntiyaje ariko vice president umukominiki iryo shimwe hamwe n'abanyu mwese mu mahita yose ibintu muza mukora ni ibintu by'indashikirwa ni ibintu extraordinaire tubifata ku mutima tukabitekerezaho tukabitindaho tukabiganira tukavuga ngo Imana iri muri bari abantu si bonyine bahaye babikora irindi jambo rikurikira nuko iwacu hariya abakoze biriya ari ba mayimayi none ubu ba mayimayi bashizwe kwibera ni nkaho bahaye babagororera bakavuga ati ariko ibintu mwakoze bishobora kuba ari byiza cyane reka noneho mukorane n'ingabo z'igihugu ibintu bitumvikana rwose bitari byiza bibi byo gukundana. N'iyi minsi mwumvise ko hari inama zabaye Ibarakani Buvira, bigeraho hari umupango wo kumaririza abantu. Ibyo nabyo tugomba guhangana nabyo, tukarwana nabyo kugeza bitabaye, bikadusigaho, bigatusigira kiriya gihugu. Amakuru igihe cya none hari igihe umuntu urino ayamenya mbere y'abantu baririye kubera amarezo sosiyo, ntawavuga ngo ndababwira amakuru ya Mpuru n'ibindi, ariko iyo mbitekerejeho nuko ndi hano hamwe namwe nibuka amagambo y'umugabo witwa Nehemiya. Hanani bavukanaga ni nk'uku naje, yamubwiye amakuru ateye ubwoba. Hanani yari kumwe n'abandi bazanye, azatse amakuru ni gute, iriya bimeze gute iwacu, exactement nk'uko bamubwira amakuru y'uko inkike z'i Yerusalemu zasenyutse. Iyo ni security. Bari bashatse ngo bati nta mutekano ukihaba. Effectivement nta mutekano ukirari. Bati koma uko niko bimeze. None se abantu bariho gute? Umuntu yatekereza uko baganiriye. Babaga bati no si ibyo gusa. Igihugu kimeze nabi, ndetse n'ibituro yaje gukoresha niyo yarigimageze ku mwami. Umwami abonye Asuwerusi abonye ko atameze neza mu maso, ko atari ukuhora umeze, aravuga ati no nomera neza gute mwami, n'ibituro byaba data byabaye profane. Muze mugenda hano umunsi umwe abantu babaza atari ko Dr. Kigabo ko atari ukuhora usa niki cyakubayeho, we wamubwira ati noreka gusa gutya gute. Bari abantu ba represent ibiro bya guverineri, iwacu harasenyutse, iwacu nta mutekano, iwacu abantu bagenda bapfa, abasaza d'épuisement kuko imbaraga zamushiranye yihuta yirukanka ku musozi. Ndangiza iyo chapitre y'ibintu bihari ubu, icyo Nehemiya yakoze igihe yabonye izandiko akagenda aganiriye abandi bagabo amakuru, amajisitire yasanze n'abandi icyo bamwikirijeho bavuga, baravuze ngo levons-nous et bâtissons, nimuhaguruke twubake. Amen. Nimuhaguruke twubake, levons-nous et bâtissons. Barahaguruka mu minsi 52 buzuza inkike, babake mu kibazo cya security. Haza kuvuka ibindi bibazo, agenda bikemura by'amadroit de l'homme, les droits sociaux, abantu barenganya abandi, abantu batanga ifaranga bakabaza intérêt cyangwa se inyungu zikabije, ibintu bibiri yitemera. Arabikemura, arabafasha kubikemura kugeza igihe umugabo yaje kugarukana n'ubwa kabiri aba guverineri Yerusalemu. Niko byagenze. Ni mwebwe mbaye mbwira muri ba Nehemiya abantu hano muri hashobora kuvukamo umuntu uzaba guverineri w'i Yerusalemu ndetse n'umusumba kubera ishaka mukomeje kugaragaza, ariko ni mukomeza kurigaragaza, kuko haba ba Sanbalati bakaza bakabatera batariko ibyo bintu mwaye mukora ngo mahoro ngo fondation ni biki murimo. Imbwebwe nisimbira kuri ibyo bikorwa byanyu bizasenyuka bizibagirana. Mubizi se ba Sanbalati ba Tobica n'aba Gershom umuhara muze mukora mwibuka inkike z'i Yerusalemu, mukore ikintu cyose kije kizima ciza, ariko nimwibwira ngo muzuzuza kimwe na ba Sanbalati. Effectivement abayuda bageze barabati turarushe n'amaboko yacu aratendebukiwe. Ibo bari mu bana b'Israeli, ntabwo bari abamonite n'abandi. Non, c'était parmi eux. Imana idufashe kugira ngo dukomeze iryo shaka, igihe kiri imbere kizaza. Natangajwe no kumva bukeya mu byo mwagezeho baresikape mu Gatumba, kuko uyu munsi ni uwanyu bwite, ni uwacu twese, ariko ni uwanyu bwite. Kubona ba bantu nasanze mu bitaro bihebye, ndibwira ko hari n'umugore umwe effectivement yaba ari uwo wari ufite ikibazo cy'ukuguru. Kubona wa munsi w'umujima mwarawuvuyemo mugakora ibintu by'igitangaza, mugashobora kwiga amashuri, mugashobora gushakwa, mugashobora gushaka mutirevolte. Hari abandi bantu bazahura n'ibibazo bakirevolte, bakaba bavuga ngo Imana ntihaba, cyangwa nka mukayo bakaba bati dutuke Imana. Ariko kubona mwaragize ubwitonzi, Pastor Imana iguha umugisha, sinarinze amakuru yawe bihagije, ariko watanze ubuhamya bw'itangaza, uri exemple à suivre. Kubona mwarabikoze mugafata diplome niyi, none uyu munsi habaye coincidence turi hano, hari umuntu wabicelebrer kuko yabonye maîtrise. Ngako murumva ibyo bintu ari yaza, ndibitweretse n'imbaraga z'Imana, ariko n'ubushobozi no kwihagararaho kw'abantu. Mwakoze ibintu byinshi. Iyo umuntu abarije amateka yayo, banambwiye ko umwe muri mwe yanditswe muri prestigieuse université ya Harvard. Igitangaza, ni igitangaza pe, kuva muri rya joro ry'umujima wo mu Gatumba ukaja muri Harvard, université ya mbere ku isi. Iyo ni Imana yabikora, ariko ni n'ikitegererezo kuko dufite ivyiringiro twokora n'akazi. Urumva yarakoze, twagera ku bintu bikomeye cyane. Ngiyo mbona histoire yayo n'uyu munsi, inspiration mfite nuko mwakora ibintu byinshi. Ino mugende mukomere, ino mugende muzaba abantu bakomeye, muzabe aba engineer bakomeye bayobora ya makampani ari hano ya technology. Umuntu yabitegereza akababonamo abaganga bakomeye, abafarumasi bakomeye, abalawyers bakomeye. Umuntu yabitegereje yababonamo abapasiteri n'abakozi b'Imana bakomeye. Biza bisabyo nk'impano twahawe, ndagira ngo kurusha abandi ku muntu yakwipendekeza. Mugende muzaba abagabo bo guca imanza muri iki gihugu. Hano higeze kuba umuntu ukomeye, Marshall niko yitwa, niyo mujije wa mbere w'umwirabura muri Cour suprême des États-Unis. Yarapfuye ndakiriho, ariko usomye amateka yiwe witonze bivugwa kuko ni mu bisekuruza bye bavuye muri Congo igihe cya esclavage. Bizavugwe mu myaka iri imbere imirongo ko muri ba bantu bavuye mu Gatumba n'abanyamurenge bo muri diaspora kimwe n'abanemi havuyemo abantu bakomeye cyane. Dufite Kamara uyu munsi mu myaka 50 uzabwo Kamara, myaka 10 uvuga uti ndarwanira meri hano, mukomere rwose. Ariko hariho nidukomera ukungana gute dore ko PHEONIX muzwiho ni ville ya gatanu muri iki gihugu ariko muzwiho nk'icommunauté irimo abahommes d'affaires baje bahagaze neza. Uzacuruze ugira ibintu byiza byinshi me nitwibagirwa hari iwacu gakondo niko umuntu yayita tuzibagirana. Nshatse kubakangurira ku bintu bibiri ndangiza cyangwa se bitatu. Ikintu cya mbere ni vision igomba kuba intact iwacu. Vision idatokoye yo kumenya ngo ndi hano yego nabonye ubwene gihugu cyangwa ko ndashakisha impapuro ariko hano si mon pays d'origine. Ntabwo bizakunda. Pays d'origine yawe ni Congo, pays d'origine yawe niriya mu misozi wacu kuva mu Rurambo kugeza Minembwe no hirya yaho mu Bibogobogo n'ahandi na za Mibunda zose. Hari ibintu byinshi nitugumana iyo conscience tuzageraho. Kiriya gihugu ntitugomba kugita. Tugomba gufatikanya muri vision yo kuvuga ngo hari umunsi umwe hazaba imihanda, hari umunsi umwe hazaba amazu, hari umunsi umwe hazaba ibitaro byiza. Uruhare rwanje nuruhe icyo gihe bazavuga ko nabikoze mwiki. C'est extrêmement important. Iyo umuntu yagize vision azabona ibintu biri kure akabyegereza akabivana muri teori akabishira mu bikorwa n'ama projet n'ibitekerezo. Yego ko muravuga bati uriya mugabo biriya bintu yavuga bizoba ryari bishoboka gute. Vision izisa no kwizera kuba Kristo niko bimeze. Mugire vision nziza yuzuye ivuga ngo igihe kimwe hari kibazo cy'umutekano kirangira tuzo investire hari uzurya bike usiga ibindi byo ku investire. Wigeze gutangira stade kuri Gitavi Nespa ya Kabumbu y'abasore ndibwira ko ndavuga Dr Kigabo iyo hataje ku mutekano muke biba byarakomeje ariko n'ahandi nuko kiriya gihugu cyose uzugira amareve sivuga ngo nukurota kwa kurota nukurota uhagaze nukurota uhabireba abandi. Ejo bundi nasomye ko muri Ethiopie 2023 aba Ethiopie bohereje 6 milliards de dollars za diaspora zivuye hano muri Amerika gusa. Donc hari ukwiorganize, hari ibyo tuzikorera abandi batazadukorera, hari ibyo leta izakora, ibyo nibyo encore que turindi bya leta hari igihe igihugu kitazakira. Ariko nidufatikanya tugakora ibintu muri programmation mu bwitonzi tureba kure tugumanya iyo vision nukuri hariya hazasa na paradigme yaduhaye. Uziko iri ari tourisme naturel. Hari abantu hano batazi ruguru ko muri ibyo mbaye mvuga abantu batoya ibonye imisozi y'iwacu ni nk'irya y'umugenzi ni imisozi y'igikundiro n'umugenzi uyigezeho twigezeho muri kampanye muri 2006 abantu twari kumwe abanyamahanga bundi bwoko baravuga ariko iyi misozi yanyu mwebwe mwayiteyeho pelouse yose ko murumva namwe babonaga ari jardin. Icyo gihugu mwogita icyo gihugu mwogisuzugura ngo ni ibintu jiriya byo muri ibyo bintu papa uzuvuga ni ibiki. Ni igihugu cy'inzuzi cy'imirambi, igihugu cyiza cyane, si igihugu cyo kureka cyo guta cyo kwibagirwa. Abantu ba mbere baragipfiriye, hari abahe bagipfira n'ubu yaba kitagiraga agaciro amaraso ntabameneka abantu bagipfira. Nicyo gituma natwe turino tugomba kugumana izo nzozi tukanazipanga kugeza igihe zizuzurira. Inzozi ntizihagije. Inzozi zizazuzura ari uko zaherekejwe n'umuco, les valeurs, umuco, imico y'abantu. Ubwoko bwose bugira identite yawo. Birabyo kuturwanya ibintu by'ubwenegihugu n'intambara zarwanywe mu buryo bumwe n'ubundi ziratsindwa mu by'amategeko, niyo hasigaye ibintu nyine by'amasura gusa, ariko ntawahinduye constitution, ntawahinduye itegeko ry'ubwenegihugu. Cyo gituma n'ubu abantu bitoza, dufite ministre muri gouvernement ariko yaritoje ejo bundi, nta muntu wavuze ngo ufite nationalité douteuse. Oya, Alexis Gisaro baramutoye kuko bari batoye Moise mbere, batavuze ngo nationalité douteuse. Nigeze kwitoza kuyobora igihugu, nta wavuze ngo suko nari nzi ko bantora nécessairement, ariko ko ari ngo reka duhangane n'iki kibazo naco, turebe nimba hari umuntu waza akavuga ngo nturi mwene gihugu, urwo rubanza turuburanira aho ngaho, mukiviga rutahabaye tirukibaye. Ariko haracyari ibibazo by'isura kandi ni kwimana yaturemye. Ntituzibagisha, ntituzihindura, bazotwemera tubane mu mahoro. Les valeurs, umuco wa mbere ni unité n'ubumwe. Turi muri crise ya unité kandi birababaje. Ubarebye murashamaje rwose, ariko urebye kandi mu bundi buryo communauté yacu usanga hari ibibazo by'ubumwe, hari n'ibibazo by'ukuri cyangwa se by'ikinyoma, hari ibibazo byo kutababarira, hari ibibazo byo kutemerana, hari ibibazo bituma abantu bahuye n'ikibazo cyo mu Gatumba, ubwoko bwawe n'ikibazo cyo mu Gatumba batakagize bene ivyo bibazo. Kuko iyo minorité persécutée katwe yagumye gutura mu ma division, ni prestige suicidaire. Ningo kuvuga ngo noneho ni mwebwe mugiye kwica mwenyine, sa abandi bazabica. Arya macakubiri azagenda kabakoraho, mukarenganaho, mukaba bamwe bo kwica n'abandi cyangwa bakabarega bikaba bibi. Ni shano minorité byakabaye benda mu bwoko bunini cyangwa butagira ibibazo. Tugende twese, naje birandeba, twige kugira unité, ubumwe no kubabarira, no kwihanganirana. Tituzavuga rumwe, tituzatekereza kumwe, tituzakora kumwe buri gihe, tibishoboka. Ariko kubera ko dufite ipfundo ahantu tuzi ngo faiblesse yacu niyi, reka faiblesse yacu ibe force yacu. Navuga indi mico myinshi ariko ndabona abantu batangiye kuruha. Reka mvuge ngo muri minorité za Congo byanavuzwe hari abantu basufrire kurusha abandi. Bitwebwe abanyamurenge muri rusange n'abatutsi hamwe na bene wacu muri Nord Kivu, twujuje abantu mu ma prison mutomenye uko bangana. Ndagira ngo ejo cyangwa ejo bundi mpayenza cyangwa ngeze hano bavuze ko bafunze abantu Bunia, Bazize uko basa. Abatutsi muri Nord Kivu niko bameze. Dufite abasore baboshwe bitirirwa amazina ngo muri aba ngaba turabafunze, na bamwe badafite isano n'ibyo bintu. Abantu bababaje cyane bafunzwe nabi. Hari umusore uheruka gupfa apfira muri prison kubera ibyo bintu. Abantu bababaje cyangwa se mwika itangaje ni umuntu witwa Dr Lazare Sebitereko, ni professeur wa université, ni fondateur wa université, Ebenezere Uminembwe agize umwaka n'amezi abiri atarajanwa imbere y'umucamanza. Hari undi musore Mugabe yacira urubanza mu nkiko za gisirikare aba umwere, umunsi agiye gusohoka kubera yuko ni minsi ya apel y'urubanza kujurira yari yarenze baramufata bamusubizamo. N'ubu ibintu bibabaje cyane. Rero umuco navugaga ni umuco udufasha gukemura ibyo bibazo bihari no kwitegura n'ibindi biri imbere byo guhangana nabyo. Ni bwa bumwe, ni kwa kubabarana, ni kwa kwihanganirana. Hari abandi nk'abahema nabo bameze nkatwe, ariko ubu noneho hari abandi muri Bandundu Abayaka hafi y'Kinshasa nabo ko barazira ubukeha bwabo cyangwa se uko bateye, ni ba minority. Ndangiza reka basabe ibintu nga bitatu. Fondation y'abantu bapfiriye mu Gatumba. Hari ibintu twafatikanyaho, hari n'ibyo mwakora. Ijambo rya mbere Innocent yarivuze ni ugukora mu buryo haba mu gihe cyacu haba no mu gihe kitari cyacu cya nyuma. Iriya mibiri n'ariya magufwa ntibigahera i Burundi. Ni nka alliance twogira isezerano ngo muri 20e anniversaire uyu munsi hano PHEONIX ni nkaho ari icyemezo gifashwe cyo guharanira igihe cyose tuzaba turiho n'igihe tutazaba kiriho bariho kuzana ariya magufwa iriya mibiri no kuyajana muri Kongo, haba ari mu Rurambo, haba ari mu Ndondo zo hagati, haba ari mu Minembwe, haba ari mu Bogobogo, ariko hazashingwe memorial. Kuko nabisobanuriye iriya ni date ikubiyemo izindi date tuzatwibuka abantu bose. Mu biharanire dutangire kubishakisha. Abayobozi bahari b'i Burundi babyemera, abo muri Kongo ntibabyemere, abo muri Kongo babyemera, i Burundi babyemera, ariko bizageraho bose babyemera. Ico kintu kizahorahoza aba bana, aba babyeyi kuri uyu munsi bazamenya ngo ababyeyi bacu tibashinguwe mu mahanga ngo bibagirane, kuko histoire zigenda ihinduka. Nimba ari iwacu hazaguma kuba iwacu. Ijambo rya kabiri, natekereje ko organisation yanyu Fondation Gatumba muri netre no kuvuga ngo ntimufite aho mubogamiye. Nta wabashinja ngo hari ahantu mubogamiye, ariko kandi mufite vocation ya survie y'ubwoko. Muri message niyo mutavuga uwe nawe ahita yumva kuko tugomba kubaho. Hari uburyo twakemura ibibazo yimwe nk'ibi by'amacakubiri navugaga, ariko noneho hari mwebwe muhamagaje inama tuzabitaba. Inama ihamagajwe na Fondation Gatumba, organisation neutre idafite aho ibogamiye, organisation ifite vocation yo kurwanira survie y'umunyamurenge. Muzarebe ukuntu mwatumiza inama nk'iyo, amaze tuzayitabe. PHEONIX nabonye ari ahantu heza, mwatugareye byaba byiza, ariko mutuwe n'undi muhana nta kibazo. Aba ari mwe muyobora iyo nama kugira ngo twivanemo amakoti y'ico turico naho tubogamiye wenda muri politiki cyangwa muri société civile, nuko abantu batubona tubyivanemo, tuze twicare mu kirambi cy'abantu bararirijwe, cy'abantu bishwe, ariko cy'abantu bagomba kubaho. Nimubikora bizadufasha cyane, kandi mbwira ko abantu benshi bazabizitabira bakabyumva, bavuye hose, amadelegation bo bari bake cyangwa ari benshi. Ijambo rya gatatu nanone mbasaba, hari ikintu bita think tank, ni muyikireye, n'iki kigega cy'ibitekerezo, un centre de réflexion, un institut de réflexion. Itangira ari ntoya, mugire bibliothèque irimo ibitabo sinzi 10, 20, 100, ariko abashershere bacu, abanyabwenge n'abandi batari abacu baze bakontribuye gupublier hejuru ya histoire y'ubwoko bw'Abanyamulenge, amateka yacu, ariko hejuru kandi y'ibibazo bihari ubu, na prevention hejuru y'ibizaza. Ibyo bintu bizabifasha. Bavuze kuko n'ubu turi mu kaga, hari representant spécial umudamu wa secrétaire général wa Nations Unies, yavuze kuko Abanyamulenge font face kuri épuration ethnique. Niwe representant secrétaire général muri Congo wa Nations Unies, yavuze kuko na épuration ethnique n'abantu iriske yo guhanagurwa. Yarabivuze ubu vuba. Umujanama ni n'Umukenya, umudamu wa secrétaire général wa Nations Unies ushinzwe prévention ya génocide, yavuze ko hari risque ya génocide kuri twe. Ibyo ni ibintu bikomeye cyane. Rero hari centre y'ibitekerezo, ipublie, informe, monitoring, communique, ariko mukuri izagira credibilité kandi izakimura ibibazo byinshi. Twizere ko guverinoma ya Congo ihagurukira kiriya kibazo. Iriya chapitre y'umuntu uri Buvira nibara ko wavuga ngo yatumwe na leta kuja guhuza ba mayimayi basenye hariya, noneho ngo bagende bamarire ko yatumwe na leta, ni ikibazo tugomba guhagurukira n'imbaraga zose, tukimenyesha amahanga ariko n'abayobozi ba Congo, kugira ngo ariya madisikuru ya hene yose yavuzwe akivugwa mu marezo sosiyo n'ahandi, umuntu aje kuri televiziyo akumva ko bene wacu bo mu ngabo bari mu ngabo za leta ari ba infiltré, bigafatwa gutyo. Ndibwira ko nitubihagurukira iri naryo riraca, tugira iminsi myiza. Muhumure, turi kumwe. Yavuze ijambo ari njura, ariko ni mu ijwi rya bene wacu bari mu gihugu bose, niko twabivuga. Mukomere, ababyeyi baraha, mwahuye n'ibikomeye, mugenda n'intimba, muhumure. Abasore muhumure, abagabo barwanya intambara zikomeye, muhumure. Ibyatambutse byaratambutse, ibihari none ntibikabe kibyabayeho, ariko bizabe ejo, bizabe nzanzuzi, bizabe byiza kuruta ibyo twigeze dutekereza byose igihe cyose. Imana ibamugisha.
Not so easy to summarize a 45-minute speech, but I will be very quick. He started by giving a historical background of the Banyamulenge people in the Congo, starting centuries before the country was colonized, how the Banyamulenge lived in the high mountains, and the different leaderships of the community, and how they fought against the wild animals to be able to live in those mountains. He subsequently other leadership emerged through colonization and after. He mentioned Honorable Muhoza Gisaro as a political leader who fought politically for the well-being of the Banyamulenge people. He then went on to explain how the massacre happened a day after he had concluded a deal to repatriate all refugees in his capacity as the Vice President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He arrived in the camp the morning after the massacre and recognized the faces of those he was dealing with the day before when he was concluding that deal. He also touched on the search for justice that started the year of the massacre and still going on until today. He recognized that this massacre fulfills all the requirements of the definition of genocide, and therefore it should be called and be recognized as a genocide of the Banyamulenge people in Gatumba. The same way there is a genocide against the Jewish people, or the same way there is a genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. The intent to kill a group of people because of who they are, kill with the intent to exterminate. He encouraged all of us to continue to remember and commemorate, to express our determination to live. We will live and we will survive. Because of the notion of continuous genocide, we continue to die until today. We are faced with a discrimination and dehumanization with acts of cannibalization or cannibalism. We should not compromise or make concessions on our survival. Those questions are sacred. He reminded us of the continuation of our struggle, the importance of having a small fraction of our people that remained in our land, those who accepted to put their lives in harm for the survival of the entire people. They are to be thanked and they are to be recognized. And thanks to Mahoro Peace Association for their unwavering support to the local community to ensure that those who are there remain there and that they survive. In conclusion, he referred to the Bible in the times of Nehemiah and comparing it with our current situation, encouraging us to stand up and build our community as well as our country, not to pay attention to distractions. He saluted the spirit of resilience of the survivors to pursue excellence, but also to never forget back home. Let's make ourselves a promise, as he concluded, that in due time, we will move the remains of our loved ones from where they are in Burundi to our homeland in Minembwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are very grateful for your wisdom, Mr. President. We are very grateful for your courage and your leadership. And we will continue to fight for our right. We will continue to seek that justice until we get it. We are now almost at the end of our first part of the service. I would like to ask everybody to remain a little bit patient for the next 10 or 15 minutes. We have a very important speaker coming up next. Let's welcome our host,